Blythe, California. Let's get it on. We got some off-road racing happening. And Mia Chapman, what a great day of qualifying that we had out here at Shorty Sports Park.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We had some great competition we've seen in our qualifying classes. A lot of top runners. You never really knew who was going to be there, who was going to be in the top spot. So I know it's going to get even more spicier in today's races, so I'm looking forward to it.
Spicy, definitely the word we love to use here at Core, and man, it is definitely going to get spicy. We've already had some problems with Jason Weller over the ski jump. He's probably checking out, hurt the cars pretty bad. He's okay. He hit it a little harder than he thought that he should have, but the jumps out here are very peaky, so this is a very technical course, so that's going to play into a factor. Car setup, everything that the driver has to do, it's going to be about a 50-50 car setup, 50-50 to the driver too. So it's going to be very exciting to see the strategies that these teams are going to take.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that ski jump heading into that downwards canyon area is definitely a tricky one. It's very easy to overshoot and end up in that situation. I know we've all been there as racers. It's definitely heartbreaking to see, but yeah, we'll see how it shakes out.
All right, well, very good. Let's get everything situated over here, and I'm going to sit right back down with you. Disconnect all this, and man, we're gonna go racing. We've got the drone footage over here by Brian and Tyler, Next Level Industries, and they got us going. And we meet the 170 limited experts that are now taking the course, and they're not gonna get a sight lap. They're going green this time around. Green flag, green flag. We are race number 1. Ali Easton and the number 190 here starting this one off. The 138 of Jackson Witherow with 777 of Logan Minster. The 136 of Crew Hearts, 152 of Luke Vale, 170 of Jake Hill, and Jace Wilson will end off this class in car number 234. And who do we have out front? And that looks like the 190A of Ali Easton.
Yeah, she was definitely a top runner back at the last race in Firebird. Really all the top field was just so neck and neck. So, we'll see how it shakes out. This is just the first lap, so you never really know.
Man, a long way to go. They got 5 laps here for these kids, and this Titan technical course, I think this course is built for them exactly the way that this course is laid out. You can see them out on the course, and I don't know if you can see the drone view that Brian's going to be flying. He's going to be doing the close-up views, the follow on the drone, and then Tyler's going to be up there on the overhead, what we like to call the helicopter. So he's on the bigger drone, getting the overhead of the overall track. But you can see that this track, just to me, is built perfectly for these 170s.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree. It doesn't seem like they really need to lift a whole lot anywhere other than the really tight corner section. So, yeah, it's looking awesome out there so far. Looks like we still have Ali Easton out front, and then Jackson Witherow right behind her. He was also a top runner last race, and looks like right behind him is the...
That's the 138 car, yep, Jackson Witherow, and the number 136 indeed, Crew Heart. Yeah, Crew Heart, that is him. As I remember, we were talking about, he had that flag on at Firebird. He's got it here today. And this is a great shot here as they come over. The core feathers right there. That is my favorite jump. I know the ski jump is the big jump, but that jump right there coming towards us, that is the number 1 jump. Indeed, the 136 car. And 152 will run off the top 4. That's Luke Vale. Luke Vale getting a little out of shape. He's just taking a whole nother, he's bypassing the jump. Luke Vale said, I'm not taking that jump. I don't know if he meant to do that or if that was...
Probably not, but that was a good save.
Well, these cars, as I maintain, now we're not qualifying, so now they're not just trying to stay in their respective position. They are gunning right now to pick up a position. As you see, the 234 cars starting to give the car in front of them a run for the position. And you can see that they bypassed that jump, the younger kids. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily good, bad, or indifferent, because even like as you pointed out, these cars pinned aren't going to go off that jump too crazy. But I'm wondering if they just have a problem with the power getting them up the face of that jump.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, they do carry quite a bit of momentum coming down off of that hill into that ski jump, so that could come into play. But yeah, I think it's definitely on the safer side to have the kids bypass it in general.
Yeah, I would hope that that's what we're trying to see out here. Now, if you're joining us on Rumble, I'm going to turn the Rumble back on. We're going to take comments as well. And the biggest thing that I do want to stress on the live track feed is that was Jason Weller that ended up actually going end over the ski jump. I definitely don't want to see any of our competitors in that situation. However, I'm just glad that Jason's okay. That's the biggest thing. And here we go. Live track feed is up and going. How many 170 beginners are entered in today's event? So these are the limited expert, and we're going to find out that question here right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15. So the question out there on the live track feed was how many 170 beginners? 15. Is that what we counted?
I think it was 13.
13? Did I miss? My math was wrong? It was. 2 rows of 7 is 14 minus 1. My bad. I'm not very good at math.
Still a very stacked field.
That's quite a bit. So 13 racers in the 170 beginner class, and that's the same cars that you see out there right now. But with new drivers, and I got to talk with one of the kids out there, so we'll talk with them. And the beginner class, always interesting to watch because you got nerves, you've got kids that want to go fast, you've got parents, and the beginner class is always one to watch. It's fun to watch, and the kid that wins that is just excited as all the kid be.
Yeah, it definitely is for sure. It's really cool to see the kids start in the beginner class and eventually, maybe mid-season, maybe not, move up into the next class into that. So, yeah, awesome to see them learn all these new skills.
Did you come out of the box swinging, or did you race a lot of the beginner class? Or did you stay in it very long, or what was your stay in that class?
We didn't really have beginner classes when I was racing trophy carts. It was just, wrap your bumper with yellow duct tape so people knew that you were a beginner. And eventually, when you got better and better, take that yellow duct tape off and still run in the same class.
It was rough back when you finally make the switch, into trucks. Like when I did trucks, the only choice was pro or sportsman. And I didn't want to race the same course for a plastic trophy. So I spent the money and raced pro. And I didn't fare too bad, but at least finished. That was the biggest thing. You got to finish. That's the big deal.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the cool things out here is there is so many different classes, beginner, pro, expert, intermediate, that kids can race in and start in and not have to be so intimidated of the fact that maybe starting an expert when you're a beginner,
I agree, and to me, you don't want to be stuck in the loop of beginner. You don't want to show up at the race, for 2-3 years and race beginner. Race beginner, get it done. You're no longer a beginner if you've got 4 or 5 races under your belt. Move up, even if you're the slowest of the next class. I say move up, and my belief is, and I keep saying it is my belief, is that you become faster if you race with faster people. Right. I think as long as the experience is there for the driver to move up, then absolutely. You don't have to be the fastest to be in a fast class, right? As long as you got the skills and understanding, I think, yeah, absolutely. Why not? Yeah, I agree. Well, especially when it comes to cars, it may be a little harder, on a motorcycle because motorcycle, skill is almost everything. You could take a pro rider on an older machine and they're still going to spank you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're And believe it or not, that happens quite a bit. The stories the stories I've got of expert riders on these machines. But if you are coming out there and you're watching the race via the live track feed right now, our schedule is going to be here in Vicksburg, March 16th and 17th. If you haven't made this one out here in Blythe, California, you want to make the one in March in Vicksburg at Twisted Lizard. And we got 2 races at Twisted Lizard on the schedule this year. But the big round as well, we did Firebird International Raceway as our first one, back to being Firebird. And Glen Helen, April 13th and 14th. And if you haven't seen a core race live, that might be one. If you're in Arizona, make the drive. And if you're out there in California watching this from the live track feed, make that event. Come up and talk to me. I'll be happy to interview you or talk to you or tell me what you saw in the races or what you'd like to see. Twisted Lizard once again in October. I won't be at that one. Hopefully you'll be there. And your boy Chris Johnson's going to be here for October 13th and 14th. And I know you guys are going to have a blast. He's very methodical and long time, very, very well-known announcer in the off-road racing community.
Definitely. Looks like the white flag is out for this 170 limited expert race.
All right, the white flag's flying. I'm going to assume by Jackson Witherow and Allie Easton. They're still out front, and that's going to put that car number 136 of Crew Hart unofficially in the third place. And I got to say unofficially because I did take my eyes off the course for a little bit here to kind of talk about some of the things that we got going on here at Core for the 2024 season. So who's going to be? Is Allie going to hold off the advances of Jackson Witherow? Jackson Witherow, if Allie makes one mistake, I know Jackson will definitely capitalize on that and get that top of the box. They're within striking distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Like you said, there's only a one-car distance between the two, so anything can happen. But they're looking like they're having a really strong run so far.
You know, while we were watching qualifying, I wasn't sure that we'd actually have this advantage in racing, but man, this is perfect. Not bad at all. We were getting roosted by the faster classes at the end of the qualifying, but I can't believe these kids. Their speeds right now, they must have only done one super fast lap during qualifying because they look like they're just simply hungry right now. They definitely want it. And Crew Hart, he's leading the second pack, and those three actually are so tightly knit. But here we go, checkered flags flying. Race number 1 is in the history books for 2024. And you see Kevin giving little Allie the thumbs up. And looks like we got our first podium of the day, man.
Yeah, looks like we do.
Allie Easton, Jackson Witherow, and unofficially in third place, the 136 of Crew Hart. Check. We got our second microphone here. What'd you guys think about that? Was that a good race? Woo! These kids are amazing. I know they're very competitive. We're going to talk with the kids that did win this race right now. Allie Witherow. Is this already cutting out? I'm not even. All right, all right. What a race. What a race. Allie did amazing. You could jump up here. You can go over to the step. You can do whatever. Jackson, incredible, incredible. And I'm missing just one more. Where's Crew Hart? Crew's over there. Man, oh man, just starting off with I'm here, I got this. Good for you. I'm very proud of you. Waiting on Crew. We'll get Crew over here. That's okay. That's okay. Everything's going great right now. Hey, you guys leave her alone. She can handle it the way she wants. She is a true champion. All right, Crew, come on. He's got to wear the hat. You got many hats to wear, don't you? All right. Boy, we got to work on your podium game. I'm just kidding. Hey, exceptional race out there. You had them in sight there, but you were just kind of stuck there in that third place.
Yeah.
What was it like for you?
It was fun. The mud was just annoying.
Oh, there wasn't too much out there. I bet you get it on the next one. All right, well, good job, man. It was exciting to watch out there. And what are you going to do for the next race?
Just try to push it more and get better lines and hope the mud's not there.
I think this is pretty good. Now I think that's the correct way to be. All right, let's talk about the people that make your race happen.
God, Bad Apple Racing, my mom, my dad, my brother Wolverine, PCI, Cruise Armor, who else? Hoosier Tires, God for keeping me safe, and everybody else that supports me.
All right, I think that's pretty good. You guys make some noise for Crew Hart. Great job here, rounding down third place. But this young man, Jack, you're on this podium quite a bit.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess so. You're like, I don't know. Hey, good race out there. You were really right there. If she would have made one mistake, I think you probably would have been there right to pick that up.
Yep.
All right, well, very good. What are you going to do for the next race?
Try to get first again.
Well, obviously, I mean, what are you going to do to get to that first?
Probably work on my car more at the shop.
All right, so you're thinking the setup is a little bit important here today.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. I have to agree with you. This is a very track. You got to have everything just right. Let's talk about the people, though, that do handle that setup on that car.
God for keeping me safe, Extreme Machine Fabrication, Jimmy, and Jaden, my mom and my dad, and that's it.
All right, well, very good. Make some noise out here. Doing a great job. But this winner right here, Allie Eason, man. Everyone was saying smile more, but you know what? This is your podium. You do what you want.
Yeah.
All right, very good. How do you feel out there being in first place?
I was kind of nervous because my dad was telling me on the radio that he was right behind me, but it was good.
Well, you know, that's very important, holding back somebody when they're right there. That's hounding you, man. That's an incredible weight on your shoulder. And you know what? You pulled it off. You kept it together. And that's what you're all about, because I was noticing you at Firebird. That's the way you handle things.
Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome, and I mean that. Well, let's talk about the people that make this happen for you.
My mom and dad, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Rugged Radios, AZ Networks, Dynajet, R&R Steel, Hoosier Tires, God, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
I adore you. You guys make some noise for this beautiful young lady. She just bested these boys. You're 1, 2, and 3. Allie Easton, Jackson Withrow, and Crew Hart. We're round off that top 3 on that podium. Up next, who do we got? She's like, dang it, I wasn't ready, Mark. That's all right. Oh, I got your sheet. Yes, I didn't get one. I took it off. She's looking for it. Up next is the limited intermediate, the 170s. So these are the intermediate on this one. Those were the experts. No slouch of a race here, though. As you see, a big field, and this promises to be a great race.
Yeah, definitely a very stacked field. Looks like we're going green this time by, but let's get into our lineup. We have on the front row the 831 of Hudson Doyle, the 23 of Kyler Mendoza, second row the 190 of Brianna Walton, the 124 of Riley White, third row 72 of BJ Hathorn, 15 of Kyson Christensen, fourth row the 307 of Leo Torres, right next to him the 99 of Brooks Hopkins, Fifth row, the 191 of Cassidy Walton. Next to her, the 471 of Charlie McKay. And rounding out the field, the 213 of Blaine Proctor.
That is quite, as you said, a stacked field out there. And I know these are the intermediates, but, you know, this is literally the next step that they got to go in is to ride into the experts and race with Allie and everybody over there. So this isn't going to be, you know, I'll bet you the lap times are comparable, if not almost identical.
Oh, yeah, I would think so, too. Just watching them go by here, the level of competition in this class, you can tell, is there. They have the skill to be in this class and maybe even stepping up into the expert class.
I have to agree with that. This is where you basically get your first taste of what it's like to be super competitive in this class, and really push it to the limits. And what's really cool, you know, it's one thing to race against 4 or 5 people in a class. That, you know, it's still very competitive because you only got to better one other person. But when you're out here with a stacked field like this, man, you're really feeling the pressure of every other competitor right behind you. And, you know, no matter what position you're in, you're in that, and you're trying to better that position and try to jockey for that position.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with that. And you can look all over the field, and there's always some kind of battle somewhere, whether it's in the front, the mid-pack, the back. So, yeah, really cool to watch.
It is pretty cool. But right now, out front, I thought I saw the number. Now I'm just going to have to call it. But I do believe that is still Hudson Doyle. Hudson Doyle with Kyler Mendoza. And we'll see it. Or is that Kyler over there? There's Kyler. So Kyler must have had some sort of issue. So we'll see this time around. I might have miscalled it. There it is, the 831. I had that right. Hudson Doyle leading this field. But right behind them is the number 124 car belonging to Riley White. Riley White was fourth in the lineup of our rolling start. And while we do the main event, there is going to be no parade lap, no sight lap. So we're going right in. Once they're staged, they come out, rolling start, green flag, and away you go. And tomorrow, I believe there's going to be no qualifying. They qualify as they finish today. So tomorrow's events probably start a little later in the morning, and we'll be done probably sometime around 3 or 4 tomorrow. That should be pretty good. But right now, looking good out there on the track, Hudson Doyle, your leader. And if you are out there on the Rumble live stream watching it out there, we've already got 3 hours under our belt on the live stream. But I do have my phone chimed up here. If you have any questions, go ahead and hit on the chat. You can see the chat still pretty full there. It was mostly Shannon and Dan over here. But, yeah, that's okay. I like having them. Those two know a lot. I bet now that I said that, now that I just gave them more props, they're probably going to get more questions out here. But not one person, when I asked the question about who's going to win the Super Bowl tomorrow, not one person said the Niners. Am I really? I bet on the Niners. Do you know? I got at least $100 on the Niners.
Oh, well, you might be regretting that.
You know what? If I did, then fine. It cost me $100 to stay true to my team. I don't care. I don't watch baseball that much, so. You didn't even catch that, did you? I said I don't watch baseball that much. It's actually football.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, what?
In the lead right there. Mia Chapman didn't see it.
Listen, I'm focusing on our racing right in front of us. Okay.
I know. Yes, ma'am. There you go. Hey, look at that! I finally got Mia's personal side out on a professional race. I love it. All right, Mia, but out front, and a little checkup here by car number 124, but out front still, I do believe, Hudson Doyle. And I was hoping to see that car right there, the number 23 car of Kyler Mendoza up there battling for the first place, because he was just on fire during qualifying.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems like watching, this race and the past race, couple races, once you get out front and kind of get that lead away, it's hard for the second, third place and beyond to really make that time up.
Yeah, that is definitely something we can observe here, especially on this course. As I was kind of calling it earlier, If you get a good start and you just get out front, it's just going to be like that. And it is kind of like what we were talking about. It's just kind of a train right now, and your skill set, especially in an intermediate or beginner class, starts to show through on your racing. So you can see, like, out front right now, Hudson Doyle, or any other racer that probably would have been out front, will probably run the race of their life, and away they go. So
Definitely. I would imagine with the cars being, smaller and not a ton of horsepower, that does make it harder for them to make the time up versus, our bigger classes with more horsepower.
yes, I wholeheartedly agree. Now I'm just kind of, and you can see Hudson Doyle right there, really out front. Now what's crazy is, if you look at Hudson and the lead margin, the battle there for second and third place. Now that's really the battle here. You can see those cars staying within each other, and they're watching each move, and they're trying to cut in, cut out, or try to pick up, any speed that they can into any part of the track to try to get a wheel in on their person, as you see right there. And unofficially, I do believe this is their second place, the 190 car. Brianna Walton and the 213. So I hope I got it called right. You know what I can do? Let's go into the specs here, where I can come look at the computer. Hudson Doyle up front, Brianna Walton and Blaine Proctor. Your top three here. So Blaine Proctor is who we got top three.
That does seem like a new name thrown into the mix with these top three drivers compared to the last race. That's awesome to see.
Yeah, I have to admit, unlike when we were doing the old Lucas days, I didn't need the slips anymore. I knew you guys after first year or so. In fact, in the first year, I had already worked out all the names and everything. But I loved it when we saw a new competitor out on the course. But I'm sure I'll get this way with Core. I'm sure you will too. But yeah, Proctor, that's pretty good. And to be out here at a new name that we don't commonly recognize out here, being a top three, that's going to be great. And I bet Proctor's going to be pretty happy with that. So, but the rest of the field, as you see right now, and you can see Hudson Doyle airing it down coming into the field right there. Just running a flawless race. If there's any mistakes to be, and you can see the second, third, and fourth cars, they seem to be just, it's kind of weird. There's an expression in racing, slow down to go fast, and I think Hudson's really doing that.
Yeah, he's definitely got some clean air to focus on his driving, which definitely helps, and then the battles behind him are neck and neck with each other. They haven't really left each other this whole time, so we'll see how it shakes down here coming into our last lap.
Wow. I mean, just looks smooth, simple. Any line he wants, tracks his, and here's the race, the battle going on right here. And Blaine Proctor in a position. Can Blaine reel in the number 190 car, Brianna Walton, or is this the way it's going to remain for the last lap? Barring no mistakes, your winner is going to be Hudson Doyle. At this point, I heard an announcer way back in the day said, Hudson Doyle could pull over right now, eat a sandwich, and get back on top. Get back in there. Just that has really put a gap between first and second place. A serious gap.
Yeah, it seems like as long as he keeps it smooth to the checkered flag, I think that's how he'll finish the race.
Barring no mistakes or any incidences on the car, I think we got our winner. White flag for the rest of the field. I can hear that 99 car on the gas the entire time coming around here right in front of us. There you go. Maybe we could make a new class. Let's make a class, a full-size car with a 200cc engine in it. Just you have to keep it. Just keep it pinned the whole time. To where you can't argue. It's definitely a driver's class.
it is definitely cool. I did want to mention seeing the 190 of Brianna Walton out here. We saw her up in the top of the field in Firebird, and now coming out here to a brand new technical track and still doing the same thing. It looks like that's kind of where she'll finish also.
That is, man, that's 100% correct and a great observation. But right now, coming across the finish line, we got our winner. Checkered flag flies for Hudson Doyle. Great job there. Yeah, already holding up the number 1. Almost taking out our track worker. And second place, unofficially, coming to the 190 of Brianna Walton. And Blaine Proctor. Wow, okay. And I don't see a lot of yellow flags up there, so we might have a total vet field here. And the number 124. Oh, sounds like there's some issues there. Chain-driven live axle, 170. What do you think these machines weigh? 600 pounds? 700 pounds? Maybe?
Yeah, probably somewhere around there.
Yeah, I mean.
Maybe a little
Oh,
less.
look at this. We got a car over. And was trying to get it. Number 99 just bicycled a little bit and flopped it right on over there. That's Brooks Hopkins. I don't think. Oh, Brooks, though, right in the middle of the track. Just flop him over. Okay.
Oh, and they're off.
All right, just like that. Now, Shane did say during our core meeting that Shane's really good at getting the cars flipped back over. Well, that's no joke.
Yeah, I know. You want to get flipped back over as soon as possible out there if you can and just get going. So,
Oh, another rollover, but landed on all fours. Back on the gas. Just done. It's like a carnival ride for them. They're just like, remember the Zipper? Have you ever rode the Zipper?
Oh, yeah. They have no fear. No fear.
Yeah, but I remember when I was under 10 years old, I could do that stuff without even getting a bruise. If I did that now, I'd need 9 months physical therapy.
Yep. Well, I'm 21 over here feeling like I'm 50, so I can attest to that.
All the steel in my body definitely takes a while in the morning to get moving. All right, hey, anybody out there, if you're missing your phone, we got to do registration. If you can identify your phone, if you can identify the opening screen, we can give you your phone back. We have a phone in registration. So if you're missing your phone, we have one in registration. Once again, if you have a phone that you're missing, go to registration. Registration. All right, we're going to talk to the winners right after this. Well, what a race. Proctor's already up here. I love it. You got your trophy there? Grab that trophy. Stand on up. Let's talk. We'll wait for her. Well, man, you were right there in that second bunch trying to get everything worked out there, but you just couldn't get around that second place.
Yeah, it was really tough. I was trying to get around her, but she kept blocking me. It was a nightmare.
You know what? That's all right, though. Racing, you looked pretty good. You put on quite a show. That was a good race.
Thanks.
Who do you want to say thank you to?
I want to thank my dad. I want to thank I want to thank Extreme Machine and Fabrication for making my car. And yeah.
He goes, and yeah, I got it. Well, congratulations, man. I'm going to see you up here on tomorrow.
Yeah.
A little higher.
Probably.
All right, very good. You guys make some noise out there. Blaine Proctor doing a great job. These results are from Brianna Walton. Wow. That was a pretty good race.
Yeah.
You had your work cut out for you. You had 2 cars right behind you just ready to pounce on you if you made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. What do you think the secret was for the leader checking out like that?
Well, I just kept blocking, and I thought I was about to go on the wall, but I didn't.
Yeah, you handled it pretty good, and you were. I mean, like I said, you were just being chased the entire race. So that's quite a weight to carry.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
TGR, GBC Tires, Go Fast Girls, Uncle Dre, Grandma, Mom, Dad, and family.
All right, very good. Look, that's bang, bang, bang. Got it done. Way to do it. But right now, Hudson Doyle, first place. Man, you got out there and you just checked out, said bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
That feel good?
Yeah.
All right, what do you think the secret was to that?
Just going fast.
Just mashing that skinny pedal down?
Yeah.
All right, how are you looking for tomorrow? You think your confidence can carry into tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen over here at your race.
My mom, my dad, my family, H&H Jumpers, Rugged Radios, Queen Power, who else? Valley Beverage, Prime Leaf. Who else?
We'll tell them next time we get them up there. How about this? All right. Did you miss anybody?
I don't think.
I think you got everybody. And hey, first place, you got it done pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hold those up, everybody. Get the camera. Take the pictures. Make some noise for these kids. Great job there. Hudson Doyle, your winner of today's event. And can't walk right in front of that speaker. What's wrong with me? And then Brianna Walton, unofficially in second place. They're just everywhere. I'm bouncing off. Oh, it's the one in my pocket. I'm sitting here trying to figure out what's doing it, and it's the one sitting right here. I'm not that smart. All right. What race do we have up next? The limited intermediate. What's this one? Yeah, I'm taking this one because it didn't cut out once. Third or fourth mistake today.
I'm making sure I'm not making mistakes.
Because I don't want to be on that list, Mark. All right. Well, another stat class. Let's go right into it. 2014 Cooper Hodgeness Price Waddell in the number 8 car right next to them. 8415 Carter Hodgeness, the 3 car by Cazetta Gardner. 98 of Murphy McKay, the 33 of Payson Waddell. And who do we got next?
The 101 of Mason Dolgerian. The number 16 of Elliott Brook in the 8th position. Row number 6, the 44 of Steele Hopkins. Position number 12, we have the 56 of Stetson Wyman. And rounding out that field, we have the 747 of Zeppelin Ledbetter. That is a mouthful. This is another stacked field once again.
I was just thinking the same thing as we were watching the start of this race, and a couple competitors there. You can see one with the yellow ribbon there indicating that they are brand new to racing. And the start was definitely as we talked about it. You see that green flag, you just mash that skinny pedal down. But you can see the 44 car, very wanted there to have that caution tape there. So hopefully the rest of the competitors will realize that they're going to have to really exercise caution when going around these drivers.
Definitely.
And if you guys are wondering what that caution tape is, that is indicating that this is their first race. I think they should wear that for the next couple of races just to indicate that they're still pretty new at it. If I was brand new to racing and racing the beginner class, I would definitely wear that for at least the third race, because I don't know if you're really confident or, experienced enough to really, get crazy with these guys and girls.
Yeah, definitely. I think half the season at least. If you're brand new to racing, you don't want anybody running into you or getting into with you. So, yeah, I think definitely necessary.
Yeah, not so much because of skill, but because of the jitters, the butterflies. I love the people that sit out here and they've never raced before. And they go, oh, I can do this. I'm fast. I know I can drive fast. Put them in a suit, strap them in, and when they feel that car finally, they're interfaced with 5-point harness, everything changes at that point. It's just like, I don't know if I thought it would be like this.
Yeah,
Harness,
definitely. Yep. A lot of adrenaline going through from the moment you get into staging until the end of the race. Yeah, for sure.
That, and it's probably the same way with you, but I live for that. Everything in my world becomes relevant when I strap into a race car, and it's all real at that point, you know.
Yeah, I'd absolutely have to agree. I think that's why a lot of, from the kids to the adults, that's why we do this. The adrenaline rush, the feeling of everything else in the world really goes away once you take the green flag. So, yeah, there's nothing like it.
Yeah. Now, I have a lot more experience out in the desert. My short course was at the end. But strapping into a desert car, realizing that I'm getting ready to do battle for at least the next 10 hours. And as you know, desert racing. Oh, we got a car off course. Fully jumped off course there. And now having to slide back in. Great job by 109 there. Seeing the one car the number 56 car coming back in after a blown turn there. The 56 car of Stetson Wyman. I always tell people, you either win the race or crash out to get on the microphone. That's how you do it. And he didn't crash, but blew that corner. But yeah, desert racing definitely a different focus and everything. That once you take that green flag, now the greatest feeling of a desert race is the checkered flag. No matter what position you're in, I've even been the very last vehicle to finish a race before. Like, that still feels good to finish that race.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, hopefully you're joining us here on Rumble, the live track feed. And what I can hear is this has been Blythe's largest event out here for Core. Not just for Core, I'm saying, I can't remember any big old event that had live stream like this out here in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, no, I definitely can't recall either. It's a great turnout.
Well, now the bar has been set, so now we know they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me want to bite on the Glenn's secrets and buy all this equipment and then go out and start offering it to other events.
I don't know. Glenn's a pretty
I don't think I can do it.
Experienced guy, yeah, for sure. He knows quite a bit. We were talking last night, and I was like, I don't know how you do all this. Really, I don't think I could do it.
Dude, bravo for him though. Like, I've met a lot of people in my life that are, techie, or they're just anxious, or they can make things happen. But man, just watching it all come together like a concert at our last event was amazing. Got here last night at about 5 o'clock, and it was just already all set up. I just had to literally plug in, make a test, and say, see you tomorrow. That was it. I was like, wow. And that's the beauty of simplicity. So great job, Glenn. Say it 100 times out there. If you're listening, I'll say it all weekend long. But while we are out here talking about some of the things behind the scenes, let's talk about some of our new sponsors. Weller Racing out here. Weller Racing out there in Chandler, Arizona. And Weller Racing does a lot with your vehicle.
Yeah, they do. They do a lot of amazing work with really all types of vehicles, especially race cars. They build the most top-notch out there. And that's why they're involved in this industry, and that's why they're well known for their name.
Man, they make some of the greatest parts. If you guys have a Can-Am, Polaris, if you have an SR1, like a lot of people didn't realize, there are a lot of SR1s out there for sale as recreational vehicles, two-seater SR1s with a R1 1000 engine in it. So if you have an SR1, the Weller SR1s, they're out there, or even there's other SR1s that have been built by other manufacturers, Honda, Kawasaki, and Yamaha. And I don't know what our main push is on whatever car, but we did. If I ever decide to buy and race a side-by-side in any desert class, it will, without a doubt, be the Kawasaki.
Yeah, they do put out some pretty nice cars.
Well, and I'm just going to say it, if as an announcer, and I'm not trying to put down any of the manufacturers, because they all have their downfalls and their pluses, but every desert race I've announced, people have always come up, yeah, we had to change 2 belts, 1 belt, or we had belt heat and this and that, and we went into default. Well, Carson Wernermont races for Kawasaki, and he said he raced an entire season on the same belt. What the heck? What's really going on?
I don't know if I'd be that confident in a belt, but...
Well, that's pretty crazy. But that's saying a lot about the engineering. So
definitely, yeah.
So I think that's the way I would go. All right. So Weller Racing, welcome aboard. And Jason Weller, unfortunately, taking a nasty tumble over the ski jump. And as you said, I have a feeling that's going to do it for his weekend. Unless he's got a lot of spares or even a spare car, I think that's going to do it.
Yeah, definitely a heartbreaker. I guess it's possible that it could be not as bad as it looked, but that was a pretty hard tumble.
Well, if there's going to be any team that can get it done and get it back out here for tomorrow's event, they got quite a while. And I wouldn't put it past Nick or any one of the people over there to drive back into town to get some part they
Definitely.
need.
Yeah, don't
So,
count them out yet.
Yeah. I mean, I remember seeing a complete front bulkhead at one of the expos, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a front bulkhead in that trailer somewhere that could literally weld right up here today.
Yep.
Well, we're going to find out. You know, when we're done, I'm running over to the Weller pit immediately. So, all right. So, Weller Racing, welcome on board for this race for the remainder of the 2024 season. Glad to have him out here. Very unfortunate to see him have to pack it up and go home if he has to. Back to racing.
Some pretty big battles going back here in the mid to back pack. We just watched them come over there 2 wide. Behind that, another 2 wide, getting together a little bit, but some good action so far.
Indeed, and that's what we were talking about. This course just absolutely made for these cars. I think this is a course that just begs to have these on here. If we came out here racing the full-size cars, I would beg to have these kids out here because it just, as we see right here, just racing at its finest. Kevin, our flag man right now, waiting for the checkered flag to come waving. He's got it in his other hand. White flag flying for the rest of the field. We've been talking so much. We're gonna have to trust our flag man here. And we'll call it as he waves the checkered flag. White flag right now for the rest of the field. And Marnie and the girls over here in scoring and timing, doing a fabulous job. Marnie Jones, very experienced in her timing expertise. Was part of the timing crew at the old Lucas days, and she's out here at Core right now. And as I've said it a million times, we got the band back together. You included.
Yep.
You're part of that band. So I have a question for you. Would you ever talk your dad into saying, hey, Dad, we got to go out there and dice it up with Jason, or would you come out here and race with those guys?
Yeah, I raced here actually last year, or maybe the year before, one of the two, and it was pretty fun. I think I would definitely probably race a few if I wasn't, doing announcing here. But
yeah,
either way, I got 2 very fun jobs.
I love it. I agree. As you know, I announced in that other series. I always tell them, what are you going to do if I want to race? Because it's so hard not to want to race one of those events.
It is, yeah. My little brother does a lot of racing at these events, so I think it is nice to have my dad, not have to focus on both of us and just, focus on my brother and him having fun with it.
Well, and your brother right now, geez, he's sorry. Man. White flag here, and I do believe our checkered flag is going to be flying here. And if it's by our list, it's going to be Cooper Hodgeness. But we'll find out. Kevin, our flagman, he's waving it. Who's got the checkered flag? It indeed is an 8415 car of Carter Hodgeness. And the number 8 car right behind them in the 2014. So the number 8 car of Price Waddell. And the 214 car, who was that? That was... I don't even have it on the list. Wow. Okay. Unless the 2014 is wrong. And it's 214. That would be Cooper Hodgeness. That makes sense. So I do believe unofficially we got Carter Hodgeness, Price Waddell, and Cooper Hodgeness. That's going to be one of the slips that I'm going to need Marnie to get me here for the podium. Stick around. We're going to talk to the drivers right after this. Well, what a great day of racing so far out here. The kids have just proven that this track is made for these little cars, the 170s. It's been a pleasure to sit here and watch, and it's been even more of a pleasure to sit here and announce for these kids. These kids, they are big on their competitive edge out here, and it's exciting to be out here at Shorty's Sports Park here in Blythe, California. And we're going to talk with these drivers. They're coming up here right now. And we got our winner. I heard my name, so let's make sure that's all right. Carter Hodgeness, victorious. And I hope I'm still saying that name right. Hodgeness so far, one of the most Hoganess. I said so. It is the G. All right. I was telling Mia up here. We'll get it. So Hoganess, not the J and the G. All right. We were close. I was much closer that time than I was the first time I ever said it. So we just got to make sure we say Hoganess and we get it right. All right. Well, let me get on up here. Talk with the number 3 of Cooper Hoganess. Man, just dominating family affair out there. You guys really rock.
I was just trying to do my best.
I think you did amazing. It was incredible to watch. That was quite a stack. And you definitely held it together.
I like Blythe more than other racetracks.
Oh, you do? All right. This is pretty fun. I got to admit, it's a very technical course. And I'm surprised over our fast last one that this one's still your favorite.
Yeah.
That's good. That means you're a technical driver. You like to drive.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that about you. All right, let's talk about the people that make you happen.
2X Motorsports, and that's it. And my dad, my family, and everyone else.
All right, very good. Cooper Hoganess. Did I say it right? That's going to be one of the challenging ones. You guys are just going to have to give me about 3 or 4 races, and I'll make sure I got Hoganess right. All right, well, here in second place, so Bryce Waddell. That was quite a battle out there. You guys were really putting it down, and it was definitely spectacular to watch.
Yeah, thank you. It was tough, but, I mean, they got caught up and took an opportunity.
That is an incredible thing to watch, and just hope that opportunity presents itself and you got it.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, very good. What was the hardest thing out there to negotiate?
When you come around one of the turns and you start bicycling, and then you don't know if you're going to...
You know, I figured that would be the biggest thing that we'd have to deal with today, a lot of bicycling and keeping the car straight.
Yeah, I think the ruts from the bigger car made that really hard.
I have to agree with you. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Bad Decisions Racing, my mom, my dad, Luani, and God for getting me through this. I'd like to thank Oliver for...
All right, are the mullets back in?
Yes, they are.
All right, what was the most challenging thing about the race?
Jumps, hills, a bunch of ski jumps.
Pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And you handled it.
Yes, I did.
Man, I love your confidence. Let's talk about the people that make your race day happen.
Family, friends, everybody that came to watch. Just everything.
Man, you're a superstar. I love it. You guys make some noise for these 3. Great job. Carter Hoganess out front. And this out like it's actually being shut off back at the dang mixer. I'm definitely going to have to come up here with the other mic. All right, Mia Chapman. We got some more racing action coming at us.
Looks like we have our 170 modified class out on track right now, getting to take the green. Let's get into our lineup. In the first position, we have the 190A of Allie Easton. Right next to her, the 15 of Kyson Christensen. Row number 2, the 199 of Luke Torres, and the 136 of Crew Hart. Row number 3, the 170 of Jake Hill. 695 of Ryder Forrester. Row number 4, the 157 of Bryce Rimmer. The 11 of Jackson Cotter. Row number 5, the 15 of Samuel Gibbs, the 138 of Jackson Withrow, and rounding out that field, the 152 of Luke Vale. A little little bit of a rough start out there, but looks like they got it cleared up pretty quick and back to racing. Looks like out front we have the 190 of Allie Easton with a clean run so far. Right behind her, it looks like it is the 15K of Kyson Christensen. Quite the battle up front right now. All top 5 cars are within a car length of each other, ready to be there. Allie Easton so far with the clean run out front. With the, looks like it's the 15 of Kyson Christensen following right behind her, knocking on that back door, waiting for something to happen. Looks like we do have a change in the third position of the 15 of Samuel Gibbs. He was a pretty front runner at the last race, really showed his talent and skill, so it'll be interesting to see what he does today, but so far, a clean run. So I got our top 3 neck and neck with each other. The 190 of Allie Easton, the 15K of Kyson Christensen, and the 15 of Samuel Gibbs up there. Looks like Allie Easton will take the white flag coming by, followed by Kyson Christensen and Samuel Gibbs.
222, check 2, check 2. Yes, indeed. Two, two, two. All right, Mia. Check, check, check. Maybe a little more, actually. Just a little. 2, 2. 2, 2. Yes. Hey, hey, hey. Hey. All right, checkered flag flies. And unofficially, the 15s have come in. So 15, Samuel Gibbs of the 15K right behind him. Of Kyson Christensen. And the 190, Allie in third. All right, so unofficially, your top 3, 15, Samuel Gibbs. The 15K of Kyson Christensen and Allie Easton. We're going to talk with that young lady once again.
That was quite the change up. Most of the race, it was, Allie leading, Kyson right behind her, and Samuel right there ready for anything to happen. And it looks like I didn't quite see what it was, but Allie must have made a mistake or got shaken up there.
Well, we'll talk with Allie here. As you said, I'm glad you were here to watch the race. When I talked to her on the podium, I'll be able to ask her. We'll talk with her here in a second and see, hey, man, what happened for the lead change? So I'll get that answer from her, and we'll talk about it here on the live feed. Coming up next, I'll be on the podium. Check it out. Stick around. Two. We got new mic position. It is not going to cut out. If it cuts out this time, and look, I got microphone adjust. It's just a little too bright. I can turn it down like that. Check. Look at that. Goodness gracious. We act like we know what we're doing. That's quite an act. We don't have to act. We are the new core. We are the core of off-road racing. I like that. See, we always try to come up with new sayings. We are the core of off-road racing. It is sitting right there and it's still cutting out. Yeah. There's got to be a radio frequency. See, it just cut out again. There's got to be a radio frequency that's messing with it somewhere. Somebody's keying up a frequency. Well, on that note then, I'm just going to go for it. Well, if you're out there on Rumble enjoying this live track feed, it is incredible. Great job out here by the core. The entire core staff doing a great job. A great day of racing. And we're going to talk with the three that won this one. Ryder Forrester in third place, and Kyson Christensen in the 15K car. And the number one, Samuel Gibbs. Come on up here, you guys. Come on. You can jump up there. You can do whatever you want. It's your podium. In fact, if you're in third place, we're going to talk with you while we're waiting for the others. All right, Ryder Forrester, man, that was a great race. These races, as we go through the day, they just start getting a little faster and faster.
Yeah.
How were you doing out there? How did you feel from your seat?
Good.
Man, it was pretty rough out there. Or what was your biggest obstacle you had to overcome to get it here to the podium?
When Allie and this other kid crashed in the back.
I was just going to ask about that. I thought Allie was going to be in third place here, but Allie had to settle for fourth, so you took it over, and Allie has to just sit there and wonder what happened back there.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race day happen.
My mom, my dad, my parents, everybody that comes.
All right, well, very good. We'll grab that trophy right there and hold that up high as that family is very excited. But the 15K car of Kyson Christensen, man, there was Allie. She was out front there, and she got collected up there in a little bit of a crash, and you guys kind of just slid around.
Yeah.
You were right there, though. You were putting the pressure on, so you were able to pick that ticket up.
Yep.
All right, very good. What was the race like from your seat?
It was hard. She was right in front of me. I caught her. Then I fell back behind. Then she crashed, and I just passed her. Then then I took second. All
right, it came into your seat. Did everything get nervous for you at that point?
Kinda,
because you inherit that place. You just don't want to. You don't want to give it up.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that help you get here.
Christensen Ready Mix, Rugged Radio, and GSP, and my mom, dad, my grandparents, all my race friends, my sister, and that's it.
And that's it. Well, Kyson Christensen, great job, second place. But your first place winner, Samuel Gibbs. Man, so that crowd's pretty happy about that. You guys had to sit there and watch Allie just take it for a while, but that crash kind of opened the door for a few people.
Yeah, like once I saw Allie spin out, I knew I had to keep my throttle on the gas like the rest of their whole race.
You were hungry then, weren't you?
Yeah.
You wanted it.
Yes.
You're like, I got the door. This is mine. I got it.
Yes.
I love that attitude. That's a great attitude. Coming tomorrow, what's going to be your strategy?
Just gonna do the same thing that I did. Just stay with the top 3 people, and then try to just get around them.
That's right. Be patient. I think I agree with that. And you hear the crowd. They really like that as well. Well, you know what? You got a great team. You did a great job today. Let's say thank you to them.
I would like to thank KB Engineering, TGR, Steve for fixing my car, my dad for spotting for me, my Uncle Trey and my Grandma Sandy, and all my other family who helped me out.
Very good. I can't ignore that Uncle Trey. Trey Gibbs, a very famous off-road racer. Samuel Gibbs on his way back. He's going to become quite the name in off-road racing. If I know a Gibbs, that's going to do it. So Samuel Gibbs, good job. Top 3, Ryan Forrester. Second place, Kyson Christensen. And, man, Samuel Gibbs. Congratulations, guys. And I know Allie's a little disappointed out there, but Allie's quite the competitor. She's had to deal with things. And, man, we got a great day of racing so far. The main event's going off without a hitch. These kids are pumped, and they're excited. So. That's my fault. All right. Mia Chapman. We got some more racing coming up, and that looks like I kind of had our sponsors out here. Guess I can put this back. And let's see who we got coming up next.
Up next, we have the 800 modified and 800 open class. So we'll get into that lineup here as we're waiting for them to come out. In the first row, we have the 138 of Jackson Withrow and the 531 of Evan Atkins. Second row, the 583 of Olivia Woods and the 122 of Audrey French.
That's quite a stacked field of 800s, and these are the modified and the opens. It's going to be interesting to see how they come out. We're going to have to talk to a few different people in this class because we're going to have 2 podiums here on this one. But the 800s are the first time for the main event that you guys, if you're just now getting here, if you're just now signing on the Rumble track feed, they are going to be doing the ski jumps, first class for the ski jump. And, well, I would say this one is empty. I don't know, but I can only assume unless it blew out. Oh, you got it? All right. Oh, that was kind of scary. I've never heard it. Was it gonna start shooting flames as?
Yeah, some dirt and not flames.
Start spitting it out. All right. Well, back to it. Modified and 800 open. So these are going to be the first ones that are going to do the ski jump. You know, I always talk about it. I always say win the race or get crashed out. I hate to keep putting Jason Weller on that. In fact, it actually sounds kind of weird to put Jason Weller on the already out of the race list. You know, what are we going to do if he makes the main event?
That would be an interesting one for sure. I feel like it's rare something major happens like that, but it's racing and it happens, so we'll have to wait and see.
Well, you know, if you take it as we were just talking about, we've talked to Jason Weller. They come on as Weller Racing has come on as a sponsor here for the Core 2024 season, and I know that young man. That's Leeming out front already, and Cameron Leeming out there, and he's out front, so I'm wondering if he's in the open or modified class. We'll check that as it comes through. But Cameron Leeming, the XTC Motorsports out of Chandler, Arizona, with that number 138 of Jackson Withrow. Jackson Withrow on the podium. Mia, so calm and collected and very confident. That young man, definitely a racer at heart.
Too.
It is exciting to watch these two battle out, and you know, that is the battle. And I'm not going to say there's a rivalry. Like, if there is a rivalry, that is for them to decide. But as far as being the race announcer and watching it from our perspective, those two very frequently get right in the position that they're in right now.
Definitely.
Wow, Cameron just airtime sending it as they drop back into the field. The rest of these 800 machines, same thing, just pushing it to the limit down here coming into the infield.
Check. Yeah. Looks like that will be Jackson Leeming coming on by. Cameron Leeming, my mistake. Followed by Jackson Witherow in the second position.
Check, check. All right, we're back. Check, check. All right. You know, a lot of race drama going on right now, too, but, man, we've been having quite an eventful day getting microphones and things working up here at Race Central. Boy, in a second, I'm getting ready to do a beanie again. Starting to get cold.
It is cold.
Mia Chapman, where are we at in this race?
Looks like it is still the 1866 of Cameron Leeming out front with Jackson Witherow right behind him.
Jackson Witherow, what a great day of racing for this young man. And I have a feeling Jackson definitely going to make it. Well, we got the pace car out on the track right now. You know, that's quite a daunting job out there Shane has, being in that chase car, having to make his every move without, you know, you have to keep your eye on whatever place you're on right there, because you got to know when you cross that track that you're not going to be crossing into the line of one of the competitors.
Definitely, there's always a lot going on the racetrack, so definitely a job that keeps your hands full.
That's daunting to say the least. 531 coming right across us. A little bit of roost coming out of that car. Evan Atkins. And I love these 800s because they are already starting to sky out on these cars. full send it there.
You know, I've been watching these kids go over that back tabletop back down there into that canyon, and they really full send it back down in there.
I like to give what I call a blurp. I don't know what else they call it. I used to do it in motocross, but I like to be on the gas, and up the face of the jump, let off, and blurp. And to me, that sets the car in a little better attitude. You know, it's just my driving style. Yeah. But absolutely, these guys they're full send right until they get off there. They're in the air before they lift. The thing about this course, the layout, from our vantage point, you know, just when you think there's going to be a little bit of change, when they disappear, it's hard to realize where they're going to come out at. You know, and especially with the ski jump in question, that's the last jump furthest to the south. And when they come back into the north, they come jumping right back into the infield. But there's another turn in between that, so it's really interesting how they have the layout here out here at Shorty's Sports Park. And you know, in between all these, you can see other obstacles like they have. I mean, you can see right here next to our finish line, there's another obstacle going this way. So lots of different arrangements they appear to have out here at Shorty Sports Park. And this layout here, I thought it was going to be super technical and a lot more carnage, but man, we made it through all round one, and the only carnage we had so far,
it seems to resolve itself, most of the carnage that we've had, so it's going relatively smooth so far.
It is surprisingly smooth, and we've had the big cars out here already, and I thought they were really going to make this track look small, but you know what? They too made it look just right. So, as an announcer, for a long time an announcer, I'm very surprised that these side-by-sidesmen can navigate around this track the way they do.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree.
Camera just sends it all that way. Honey badger don't care.
I wish we knew, like, who was it. That's only hard, like,
Rest of them we gotta kind of speculate. 1866 in control of this 800cc race. And these cars, you know, definitely right in the middle of a 170 and a full-blown car, you know, somewhere in the middle there. And 800cc's, I'm assuming, is what the 800 is. And definitely one of the first spectacular classes that are going a little faster out here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of full sends, a lot of driving into the corners, maybe a little too hard, but always pushing the limits, and these kids are putting on a great show. Everybody seems like they're pretty much neck and neck, whether it's the first half of the field, the middle, or the back.
I have to agree with you there, Mia Chapman. That is definitely something to watch in this, and I bet their speeds are comparable to the bigger cars. You know, there are certain tracks like, you know, we were talking about Jason Weller. Well, the SR1 cars, a two-wheel drive 1,000cc inline street bike engine. I remember at our track when they were racing the National Series, and they were only a second or two slower than the Pro 4s. You know what I mean? So sometimes you get a car and a chassis setup that might be a little faster than the big cars. So I wouldn't be surprised if their lap times were on point with the faster turbo cars.
Oh yeah, I definitely wouldn't doubt it either.
Now, granted, I'm just doing it from an observation, but I bet you if I go in there and talk to Marty, we would find out. White flag flies for Cameron Leeming. You know, we know this is Super Bowl weekend. I've been talking about it here throughout the race day. And I talked about me betting on the team that oh, we got a rollover. And right in front of the car, hopefully we can get a local yellow out. We got a car over on the side. Yeah. Let's see what you got. Let's see what Shane's got this one. Can Shane just get out and muscle this car over? I bet you he does.
You know, there's been quite a few rollovers today in that same corner. I wonder if it's getting pretty rutted up.
They said, you okay? That was an easy one, so I'm very certain the driver's okay. The car starts up. Rob. Car number 122. And that's Audrey French. So Audrey not at all inhibited by that rollover. And oddly, that was a low side rollover.
Yeah, that was an interesting rollover. That's been like the third or fourth one today in that corner.
Or wait, could it have been low side? No, it was high side. Had to be high side. I thought she low sided it. All right. Oh, fourth mistake I made today. Fourth or fifth. But Cameron Leeming enjoying that checkered flag. First one across the line. And we'll talk with the winners of the 800 Open and the 800 Modified. We have two classes out here. I'm going to assume the majority of them are 800 Opens, and we probably have one or two 800 Modified out there.
That would be my guess.
Or vice versa, one of the two. You're welcome. We got this. You're the best. I love everybody here at Core. We are the core of off-road. I love it. Yeah. Woo. Now, you may notice we got the 800 Open here, the lone marauder out there. Cameron Leeming, but not only was Cameron out there in the Open by himself, he dominated that class, but that was still pretty good. Jackson Witherow, no stranger to this podium. Jackson Witherow did a fabulous job keeping that 138 in front of the 800 Modified. So we'll talk with Cameron. Cameron, come on up. You're going to be the first up here. And I know Cameron and the whole XTC crew very happy. Yes, indeed. And, you know, that's the thing. Even though he was the lone Open car out here, you still took these boys behind you to school. So good job. How'd that feel?
Pretty good.
I mean, it looked good. You were dominant. And, man, I was starting to think, and you guys could probably press this, but I was starting to think your lap times are just as fast as the big cars. Is that a possibility on this track?
Yeah, I'm racing with them, so
No, I mean the big, like the turbos and those cars.
I don't know, maybe.
I'm gonna have to check into that because I think looking at you, watching you go, I bet you're pretty dang close. I bet you're within a couple seconds.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. What you got planned for tomorrow?
Just try to just be a little smoother and full send.
All right, I got to ask you because we were talking about Firebird. Is this track more important to have the car set up right, or do you got to be more aggressive? So is it on the driver or is it on the car here?
The driver.
You said the driver, but that shoots my theory right out. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race day happen.
First, I'd like to thank Core for this event. My mom, my dad, XCC Power Products, 2X Motorsports, GBC Tires, Polaris Racing, Quick Lift USA, Rugged Radios, and everyone else who's helped me.
Well, I have a feeling I'm going to be interviewing this young man for quite a bit. Make some noise. Cameron Lehman. Cameron, let me get out the way. Mom and Dad need to take pictures and all the good stuff. And look at that, live streaming on Rumble. Go check. Cameron, looking great out here, and I'll help you with these. We can set them here in front. Yes, indeed. They'll come up and grab them for sure. Cameron, get a little push. Hey, you guys, there you go. You should hug, not push. What's wrong with you guys? All right, let's get over here. Olivia, great job. They're already shouting for you. You know, 2 classes out there, as you saw Cameron, but, man, you had your hands full, and you got it done.
Yeah.
Got up here to the podium. What was it like from your seat?
It was fun. Besides that, my car's like kind of messed up on the steering.
A little sloppy, or is it tight? What is it like?
Like the steering wheel's not straight.
So you really got to put a lot of input in it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, well, very good, man. You got it done. 3rd place, though. That says a lot about your character, and that's awesome. Well, let's talk about the people that make your race day happen.
My mom, my dad, 2X, Shreddy, Method Wheels, XTC, 2X, 518, and Big Mac, Maco Tools, and everybody else.
Well, Olivia's got a big fan base. Olivia Woods out there, 3rd place. But Evan Atkins right now in the 531 car. Evan, we were watching it. You gave us a lot to work with out there, man. Lots of good announcing for this race.
Yeah.
How was it for your seat?
Huh?
How was it from your seat?
It was fun.
It was fun. It was good. Was it exciting? Did you? What do you think you could have done to maybe pick up one more position?
Drive harder.
Drive harder. You said you just got to get it in there and drive a little harder. Well, all right. So maybe tomorrow we can put that into play and get you up here on the top.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Well, let's see the people that make your race program happen.
I'd like to thank Core and all their staff and volunteers for putting on this amazing event. I'd like to thank my mom, sister, Cameron, my grandma and Lynn, Finish Line Embroidery, Miss Heather, and all my other friends for coming out and supporting me. I'd also like to thank Havasu Springs Resort, ABC Motorsports, Finish Line Embroidery, KSH Fuel Products, and everyone else that helps me out.
Man, I got to tell you, I love your style, my friend. You do a great job.
Thank you.
All right, we'll make some noise out here. 2nd place, Evan Atkins. But no stranger, man. Hey, I just want to point out, I was talking to me about this. Look at how cool and collected this boy is. He's just like, yeah, what's up? I know what. Just like, I'm cool with this. You got it done this race. You got to feel pretty happy.
Yeah.
All right, what do you think put you on top this race?
Probably the ski jump. I like the ski jump.
Yeah.
The whole ski jump.
The way he gets excited. We were talking about this. We could talk about the turns. We could talk about the moguls. But when you talk about jumping, that makes you pretty excited. Well, right on, man. Well, congratulations on your 1st place. Let's talk about the people that make it happen behind the scenes.
God for keeping me safe. My mom and my dad, Extreme Machine Fabrication, and Jimmy and Jaden.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. I'm definitely becoming a Jackson Withrow fan. Make some noise for these 3. Get it done. Olivia Woods, Evan Atkins, and your winner, Jackson Withrow. We got the next race coming up. Let's talk about it, Mia Chapman.
On track, we have the 250 open class. I just took the green flag with a good start right off the bat. Let's get into our lineup here that's out there. In the 1st position, we have the 89 of Landon Morrow and the 212 of Wyatt Cotter. 2nd row, the 258 of Declan Shields. 4th position, the 199 of Luke Torres. And rounding out the field, the 247 of Maggie Flores.
250 open class, they also take the ski jump. I don't know if you heard Jackson Withrow. He said flat out the favorite part of the track was the ski jump. And
Yeah, I could definitely understand that. The turns and everything else is fun, but there's nothing quite like jumping, especially over that big ski jump.
you know, I hate to say it, and watching the expression of the kids, you know, talk about the racing out there. If I would have brought my motorcycle, I would have just been talking about, I'm clearing that ski jump. I don't care what it takes. I'll hit that thing 30 times, but I'm clearing it. But by the looks of it, it doesn't look like it would take that long to get to clear that, especially on a motocross bike. Just have to give it all and do it. So, well, while we're watching these 250 Opens, let's talk about some of our sponsors out here. Performance Machine has come on for the 2024 season here at Core. PCI Race Radios, the radios that keep all of us in communications right here at Championship Off-Road Racing. R&R Steel, we know them, we love them. The Van Beekums out here. Meredith giving our prayer lead today. I don't know if you were here for the drivers meeting. She led us in prayer during our drivers meeting. And R&R Steel on for the 2024 season, our season presenting sponsor, R&R Steel and the Van Beekums. Can't say enough about them, so thank you for coming on board. And let's not forget some of the vendors out here. Baja Designs representing PCI Race Radio and the Championship Off-Road Racing merch. If you haven't got it yet, I love the swag here. For some reason, what's that statement? Less is more? I just think they're classy. They're done right. They just look right. They look official. The official swag, the event t-shirts. Also over there, Shorty's Sports Park. They got their merch sitting right next to ours. Top notch over there. Make sure you get it because we sold out at their last event. If you didn't get a Firebird shirt, you ain't getting one. That's like I'm about to buy it on eBay 10 years from now for $50.
Yeah.
HMD as well. HMD out of Tempe, Arizona. They do vehicle wrap, stickers, and banners. And if you haven't got a sticker yet, go to registration, man. They'll give you one. I just got shot in the face with a shotgun. Go over there and talk at registration. They will give you a Core sticker. Better get over there and get one because I want to see Core on every car that I drive by.
Definitely.
Chapman, I didn't mean to distract you, but the 2-1-2 just got really out of shape on the main jump right there. They are pushing it. Look at this battle. We got a battle on our hands, and I didn't mean to interrupt you over here, but wow, look at this. I think the 2-1-2. Look at this. They're coming in. The 258 car. Oh, that's Declan Shields. So Declan Shields and Wyatt Cotter are putting on the battle, and they are not backing down, and they're giving it their all. They're out of shape when they're landing, so you know they're pushing it.
Yeah, they're definitely very much battling it out here, and it's awesome to see. You can see one, take that inside line, try to hold him off, another one dive on the outside and try to make a pass on the inside, a little outside in action.
You're absolutely 100% correct with that statement, and indeed, the 212 car of Wyatt Cotter, looks like he's driving a little bit over his head. I'm not saying necessarily over his head. I think he's pushing the limits, so, I think he's overdoing the limits, so pushing himself, and, Declan Shields, as we saw at the last event, Declan has the ability to be the top contender out here, and Declan is just chomping at the bit, waiting for that mistake. And if Declan Shields gets that mistake out of Wyatt Cotter, he's definitely going to capitalize on it. And I don't even see the two cars now, so anything can happen here, as we saw with Allie Easton. You heard, and I think we had just what I was talking about. Now, wait a second here. That's Declan. So there's a 250 car. Who? Oh, okay, Landon Morrow. All right, I said it right. Yeah, we don't have him on our sheet. So Landon Morrow in the 250 car, and the 212 was Wyatt Cotter, but something must have happened in the back. That's what I said. So Landon Morrow. Oh, okay. Oh, so the numbers are different. Oh, okay. We got it. All right. So, wow, I'd really like to know what happened with Wyatt Cotter. Yeah, we have him here as 89. Okay, thank you. Cool. All right, so we figured that one out. It was the Landon Carter car. It's actually 150. All right, back to racing. Now at this point, we're going to have to trust Kevin again, our flagman, to show us who's the winner of this race.
I think so.
It is. We'll get it right.
Are you looking at the qualifying sheet or the race sheet?
How they qualified. Yeah. Yeah, how they qualified. That's normally how we get them. But if we miss a close.
Yeah, they just told me.
We got it. We got it figured out. You don't even have to worry. All right, 199 though, making it just sitting there, coming through Luke Torres. And I do believe that the 800s and the 250 was the first of our 7-lap class. And from, I do believe, when our intermission gets over, the youth restricted and all the way through Pro Turbo are 7 laps. So I think we're looking pretty good. Oh, 8 laps in this one, not 7? All I got to do is read, huh? Jeez.
Helps sometimes.
I wasn't very good at reading. What can I say? Well, I was good at reading. I wasn't good at reading what I had to. How about that?
Looks like our leader here is really spacing out that gap between him and second place.
So white flag's going to be flying for our leader. And I do believe that is going to be our Landon Morrow. Is that right? No, the leader is going to be the 158 car. Or 258. 258. No, I was right. Landon Morrow. All right, Landon Morrow gets the white flag. Declan Shields, second place in the 258 unofficially. And I just say unofficially because I think I was making it more confusing than it needed to be. Leave it to me. That happens. Well, that 250 machine sure is modified. The rest of the 250 class will get the white flag. So can Landon Morrow hold on? Or is Declan Shields going to make up that gap? And they're only gapped by about, I would say, 10 or so cars. And if no other incidences happen, no flat tires, no broken components, or no mistakes by the driver, we're going to have Landon Morrow on top of the box, followed by Declan Shields. And you can see Landon now reeling in the left rider of Maggie Flores in the Y247 car. And Landon's going to have to be pretty careful, and hopefully the car right there will hold its line. And all Landon has to do, really. And then Landon's going to get the white flag. He's pushing hard, though. Right there, Landon Morrow. And you can see Declan Shields following in right behind him, taking the checkered, and who gets unofficially our third place? Hey, good job. He's looking good, man.
Hey,
yes,
by the way,
yeah.
Cameron's racing in that restricted class.
Yeah.
In his 570. That's not an RS1. He's racing the same 570 against the RS1.
What the hell? We're gonna have to make that note. That's crazy. Hell yeah. That's the way to do it. Right? God dang. I knew I loved you guys. Well, all right. Unofficially, Mia Chapman. We're gonna have to wait for the Y247, but I'm gonna get over here and talk to these boys and girls. The number 199 car. And that's Luke Torres. Do you want to go over there and talk to them? You want to give a podium? She's like, no, not yet. All right. Hey, I got to tell everybody, the Youth NA Restricted needs to be at staging right now. I know we got an intermission, but Youth NA Restricted, get to staging, please. We're only going to have about a 15-minute intermission. So please, once again, Youth NA Restricted, we need you out there to staging right now, please. Please, please, please. Please, please tell me more. Well, let's get on up here. Luke Torres, look at that. Landon Morrow says, I got this one. I'm here. I'm here. All right, Landon. We'll wait for, we got to get Luke Torres. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. And Declan Shields, there's Declan. And, you guys blistered a pace, so you know what we'll do? We'll start with you, Declan, and we'll come back to Luke. Oh, no, Luke, there. Wow, just as fast as you racing. Hey, that was a great race to watch. Out front there for a little bit was Wyatt Cotter, and some things went crazy. And I'd like to talk with Wyatt. We'll talk with what happened here, but that puts you in the third place on the podium. That should make you feel pretty good.
Yep.
Just out there racing your own race?
Yeah.
All right, what are you going to do tomorrow to get a little faster?
Try and take the corners a little faster.
Corners are tough, and there's a lot of them. We've estimated there's 15 of them out there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That is. You know, and I always say in these kind of races are won in the corner, not in the straight.
Yep.
So I like your style. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, my sister, my brother, A. Vidovich, MSI, Rockville, GBC, McNeil Racing, and all the others.
Man, did you see that? He just popped him off. He got him done. Make some noise out there. Luke Torres doing a great job. And this young man, Declan Shields. Man, Declan, I haven't seen you all day. You got it done out here when it mattered out here. Little bit of sliding around when the 2-1-2 car of Wyatt Cotter got out of the way and kind of slid you up a position.
Yeah, I was doing pretty good at the start, and then I was gaining on them a little bit. I saw it, and then Wyatt got out. I started just gaining little by little every lap I'm landing, but there wasn't enough time.
Yeah, I think you're correct, man. It was still visually exciting to watch because it's like you guys, when you slid up, you guys just started pouring on the nitrous or something.
I was, yeah.
All right. Well, man, it was very visually spectacular to watch. Well, let's talk about the people behind the driver.
Dylan, my dad, my mom, my sister, Sparko, GSP, Benchmark, God, Jesus, my grandma, my grandpa, and everyone else who helps me.
All right, man. I love this kid. Did a great job there. Hold in there to second place, Declan Shields. But Landon Morrow, they had to scream at me who you are because we had your number wrong, so we didn't have, and everybody was screaming at me from 9 different angles. Hey, that's Landon. That's Landon. Man, but what happened out there with 212 and you?
So off the start, I did not get a very good start. Wyatt took the lead, and then I just kept putting pressure on Wyatt, and then he ended up blowing a belt, and then I had the lead and was just slowly keeping my car just there.
Well, let me ask you that. Is it a little bittersweet that you had to get first because of a belt, or you still take it? See what I mean? See, it creates conflict, man. It's like, yeah, I got it, but you picked it up there. You got to finish the race to finish first. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll take that. I'm not going to take anything away from you. You were right there, and you got the race done.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Who do you want to say thank you to up here?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma and grandpa, my sister, PCI Radios, GSP, PEP, Lamosis Racing for making my motor, GBC Tires, Sprocket Specialist and Anti-Gravity Batteries, and Core for putting on this great race.
Core says thank you and congratulations on your first place. Make some noise for these boys. Get it done. In the 250 open class, Landon definitely there to pick up that ticket. And, bad luck there going to Wyatt Cotter. But you know what? Landon was right there to pick that ticket up, and that's what it takes to get it done. Good job and congratulations to these boys. Hey, we're going to take about a 15-minute break in the intermission. Stick around. Go over there and see Baja Grill. They got, if you haven't had their crispy fries yet, their crispy fries are delicious. The tacos are delicious. I had a burrito. Get on over there and talk to them. They also have hamburgers over there at Baja Grill. Stick around 15 minutes, and youth, naturally aspirated, open. Got to get up there in your car right now, please. You got a 15-minute break, and stick around. More racing coming up after this. Here we go, here we go, here we go, Mia, going green. You know, Mia, I gotta admit, looking over and seeing 10 big old cars coming at you 30 miles an hour, 20 feet away, that's pretty challenging. And we got a rollover right in front of us. Broken suspension component. That car is not making it back out on the track. And that's the deal, open wheel racing going in there. They're open wheel for a reason. If you get inside that perimeter, you got one tire going one way, one tire going the other, and that equates to ejection.
Yeah, for sure. It can get pretty rowdy.
Get through there just right, and literally you can be just half an inch away from somebody, and one little bump puts you right into end over end, as you saw. But now this suspension component's broken, so I'm assuming on the rollover, it got pretty bad. They can roll the car over, but that car is not making it back out on the track. Well, here we go. Let's meet the racers in the Youth NA Restricted. On the front row that started off, 16-12, Wyatt Cotter. He was out front. Still out front, Zoe Easton with a 12 in the 124Z, the 914 car of Carson Greco. And Landon Morrow, a young man that we just saw taking it to the top of the box after Ali Easton led it up. Row number 3, Cameron Leeming, and he's in his 800 car racing here in the Youth NA Restricted. So the car is a little different out there, but can Cameron get that car up front? And right now, the 124Z, Zoe Easton and Wyatt Cotter remaining out front. And look at this, the Leeming car out here with the RSs. And what a great job, Harper McKinley and the 548 car, Kyle Niner and the 999, and Rylan Bernstein in the 899. And the last racer we got, 127, Alden Coots.
I think that one was Aiden.
Oh, it is Aiden. Well, see, your contacts are still working. It's like the wind said, oh, they're going racing, let's get some wind. Well, the wind was blowing northwardly earlier, now it's blowing southerly, so that's going to take all the dust that way. One good thing about the wind is it took all the dust off our seats.
Yeah, a little bit here, huh? The dirt off the table.
There was a whole bunch of it here when we went to Browse. See? Oh. Red Bull. It gives you wings.
Oh, goodness.
You know, how society has become, Red Bull, their slogan is still Red Bull, it gives you wings. But they literally had to stop showing the cartoons and animations of the people flying, because there were apparently a couple of incidences where people literally thought that Red Bull gave you wings. That's what I read.
Yeah, they had to change it to like 3 or 4 eyes too and wings.
So it is true?
I don't know about the commercial. I know that's why they changed it to like 4 eyes and the wings. Yeah.
Oh, really? I don't know if I noticed that. You know, in my 54 years of age, I never understood why my parents always said it wasn't like that in the good old days, but now I'm starting to understand it.
Yeah.
It's like that one meme that was going around that said they used to include those dry packets to say do not eat. But yeah, or there was another one that said the manuals used to come with the instructions on how to change your valves. But now they come with do not eat the seed or I forget what. Man, I'm messing this one up. I'm aborting that joke. I messed it up 3 different times. All right. Youth naturally aspirated restricted. The majority of the car out here is the single-seated RS. Is that what they're called? The RS, the Razors?
Yeah, the Razor RS1s.
Oh, okay. And the only other car out there that is not an RS1 is the 800 driven by Cameron Leeming out there on the XTC Motorsports, unofficially in 4th place. So, or 3rd place rather, actually. So third or fourth place, we'll find out this time around. But out front earlier was this young man right here, Wyatt Cotter. And man, Wyatt Cotter on rails right now. And Zoe Easton not letting up on her space either. And if I do look over my favorite jump, there it is. Cameron Leeming in third place in the 800. Thank you. A great battle here, 549 and the number 899 car, or 999 rather, is Kyle Niner and Harper McKinley trying to jockey for position. And the Coots car now coming across, Aiden Coots. That Coots car, pretty good livery on that. I dig the livery on that car. The number 88 car coming around the finish line, but right now, your leader, Wyatt Cotter, starting to really extend his lead. So Wyatt Cotter started to check out for the rest of the field, but Zoe Easton staying right there. And any mistake right there, Zoe's going to be ready to pick that ticket up. So Mia, you've been in this predicament or position quite a few times. You're watching a car just drive away from you out in front, and you're in second place. What do you do in your composure? What do you do to keep your focus and everything to where you're right there within striking distance if you don't have the speed or you don't have the right line picked out? What do you do in that position? What do you tell yourself?
I think the biggest thing is keeping yourself from overdriving the car. If someone's faster than you, you can do all that you can. But once you start overdriving the car, that's when mistakes start happening. You know, that gap gets even bigger, and, you know, it can lead you into a bad situation. So I think keeping your composure but still charging hard and driving as hard as you can is really all you can do in that situation.
That is amazing to hear. I can imagine that you're sitting there and you're watching the race kind of go away. You have your strategy, you have everything right, everything feels right. But man, that car just, as you see, just totally shotgun blasting us. Wyatt Cotter on rails out there, and it kind of derails your focus. And being able to reframe and get everything back into focus, that's got to be pretty hard. And you're right, overdriving the car, it's kind of funny. You overdrive a car, you start going backwards. Car's still going fast, RPMs are still going good, jumps are still good, but you're wondering why you're going backwards. And you're absolutely right. Smooth out a little bit, get that car under control, and you'll start picking up the seconds. Now this particular one, it's a little different, but wow, you got to really stay focused.
Yeah, definitely. And you never know what can happen, so you always want to still be there and, you know, try to make up as much ground as you can, because a mechanical failure, a mistake can happen, and you got to be there to capitalize on that. But looks like everybody's having a pretty smooth run out there, especially our leader.
Looks good, other than our hard luck recipient right here in the beginning. But you pile this many cars, and these, even though these cars are single seaters, their footprint is still that of a full-size car. So, you know, they still take up a lot of real estate on the track, but they're really, you know, we were stating earlier about how the 170s and the smaller cars, the 250s and everything, that they're really set up for this track. But watching these larger cars right here as a single seater, I think I've changed my sentiment. I think this track, for the speed, most bang for the buck, this is your class right here. Like, this is the one that really you get the most visually spectacular race going on, as we're finding Wyatt Cotter just decimating the competition right now.
Definitely, yeah. I feel like this track is definitely a driver's track. You definitely have to be on your marks and hitting them because it is so technical. And yes, it is relatively high speed, but there's a lot more room to make mistakes rather than racing on an open track.
All right. I have to let it out. I heard it. And if I get in trouble, I get in trouble. I just overheard. I was talking about it earlier. Jason Weller. I was talking about it. Is he going to get the car done, or does he have a backup car? Well, when you have a trailer that big, stuffed up in Mama's house is a backup car, and they're getting it out. I just heard.
Yeah, that's definitely exciting. You know, he always puts on a good show, and to see him race with, you know, Bobby and everybody in that class is going to be wild.
I'm actually really excited. Here's how it's going to go. Backup car, so he's instantly going to say, I'm not used to it. Second, he's going to go really slow the first 2 laps, especially over the ski jump, and then he's going to unleash it on the last half. How much you want to bet?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, or he'll at least drive it on the rest of the track, but when he gets to the ski jump, I bet he checks up. All right. All right. Well, there you go.
You know, as we're talking about it, I haven't really seen Jason hold back like that in a race before, so I don't know if it's necessarily going to go that way. I think he'll definitely be more skeptical going over that ski jump, but everywhere else, I don't know. I wouldn't count him out for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he does do, because he does have the ability to go out there and just smash it from the start, send it over everything. He's got the right idea. I'll bet you he already knows how to go over that ski jump in his head, because I think when you really become that caliber of a driver that you know you have the ability to win a lot of different formats, you got to kind of at some point realize what you did wrong. And to me, everything that I hear today, he just sent it way too hard on the ski jump. He didn't make a mistake off of it. He just literally, I could already picture in my head him clearing the whole thing, landing flat, lawn darting perfectly, and going end over end.
Well, and you never really realize how fast you're going in the car, right? It doesn't feel as fast as it looks on the outside. And I did the same exact thing about a few months ago when I was racing back in Mid-America. It is not the best feeling. It definitely sucks, but
yeah.
I know his backup car will be pretty similar to his race car. I'd imagine they build amazing cars, so yeah, it'll be one to watch.
Yeah, I would take. Casey can't appear it. Send it to me, Casey.
Looks like the checkered flag is out for our leaders here today.
Wyatt Cotter and Zoe Easton, and or did we have a change? Was that our second place right there? It was. So I don't know if that 127 was a lap car. Yeah, it is. Aiden Coots is the lap car, so but he still takes the checkered because he finished behind our checkered. So that's going to be third place right there for the man in the 800, the 1866, and Cameron Leeming. His dad came over and told me he's going to race that car in the N8 restricted. So that is pretty impressive out there. A car a few cc's down and not quite the power that they got. Getting that on the podium, top 3. Zoe Easton with no slouch of a performance right there. I mean, Wyatt Cotter straight out checked out. He had everything on rails, car set up perfectly. He was definitely driving the wheels off that thing. What a great day of racing. That right there shows you the show of these kids. They definitely got what it takes to do it. All right. Well, let's go talk to them drivers right after this. Wow, what a race. What a race. Cameron, come on, man. Holding up progress. Well, we'll get it started. There they go. We got everybody up here. Cameron, the only 800 up here, and look at this. You got it on the box.
Yeah.
That feels pretty good, huh? Yeah, look at that. That's right. Up against, now I do believe the RS is their 1000 cc. Is that right?
Yep.
So you got it done, and you were putting down the lap and smoked it to third.
Yeah.
Yep, and yep. All right, very good. Well, let's talk about it from your seat. What were you seeing?
Off the start, I didn't really have a good start, so I just had to make my way around him. Then after that, I just had clean air.
That did look pretty good. You definitely led that last little pack coming through there, and there was just no stopping you.
No.
All right. Heck no. We got to know Adam. All right. I might have to ask a few more questions. All right, one last question. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
First core for putting on this event, my mom, my dad, XCC Power Products, 2X Motorsports, GBC Tires, Shalene Code, Polaris Racing, Rugged Radios, and everyone else who's helped me.
Jeez, I wish you had an opening on your team. I'd love to have those parts. Make some noise out there. Cameron leaving. But this young lady, Zoe Easton, man, you know, he was on rails, man, but you were right there. You never let up, and, you know, you didn't lose the space. After you made that gap, that is quite a gap. I don't think you were ever going to make that up, but, man, you held your line.
Yeah.
Feel pretty good still?
Kinda.
You happy with your performance?
Not really.
Okay, what are you going to change for tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Well, here's what I would say. This is my perception. You were railing out there second place. Nobody else could touch you there, so you definitely found that you are on pace. Just find that thing that makes you get up there, and I bet you got something for him tomorrow. I bet you.
Yep.
All right. Well, so give me that list of people that make things happen for you.
My mom and dad, AZ Dentworks, R&R Steel, Hoosier Tire, JMR, Dynajet, Rockland Trailers, Jimmy for spotting for me, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Method Race Wheels. I think that's all of them.
Well, you know what? You got a big, strong foundation there to get it on top of the box tomorrow. Make some noise out there for Zoe Eason. But this young man right here, Wyatt Cotter, man, you've been absent on my podium all day today. But, hey, you got it done when it counted. The main event came here, and you got it done.
Yep, thank you.
All right, very good. You just pretty much were on rails. You were skying, straight out sending it off that ski jump out there.
Yeah, that one was really fun. I did it on my 250. I almost did a front flip, but it was fun.
Yeah, you did. We actually commented on it. If you go back and watch the live track feed, we did comment on that little stunt there in the 250, but you were able to pull it off. It looks like you got a little sideways there, but you were able to come back and get it straight.
Yep.
All right, must feel pretty good to redeem yourself here when the win matters.
Yep.
All right. Yep. Let's talk about the people. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Polaris RZR, Andrew from Sneaky Tune, my dad, Brad, James, Hoosier, Drill Off-Road, Landon DSD, and everyone else helps me out.
Well, that's a great box right here. Let me get out of the way. Take your pictures. Make some noise. Great there to the youth. NA restricted. That was a great job out there. And Cameron Lehman out there getting it done in third place. Got to be pretty proud. And that was quite the run. There you guys go. Coming up next, we
have the amateur NA class coming up next. Let's go over that lineup real quick. Starting in the number 1 position, we got the 64 of Ryder Van Beekum. Right next to him, the 555 of Kylie Morse. Running at the 3rd position, the 727 of Alex Young.
They are wasting no time getting it done. I was just going to say that's got to be Ryder out there throttling it up that way. He definitely sets it and on and off the throttle like that. I've been noticing that's just his style there. He sets it up in the turn, kind of blurps it, he goes through to keep it from drifting it out. Whether it's faster or not, we have yet to be seen here in this race. Definitely just a different style. I don't think that's my style. I set and pin, that's it. And I think that's your style too.
Most of the time, I don't think you can really do that here, especially going into this first turn. It is getting quite rutted and quite banked, so you got to be careful going through there. But yeah, normally I think that's his too. If it's a flat track like Firebird, definitely set it and pin it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think you're right. You can see it definitely a difference throughout the rest of the course. That Arctic Cat, though, is still up there within striking distance. So a little bit different from what we saw in qualifying. These three now. Now they're racing, so as long as they stay within sight of each other, this is going to be a pretty cool looking race. And just every driver is going to have to be on point and, like you said, hit their marks perfectly. Oh, look at this. We got a challenge. And indeed, we were just talking about it. And Kyle Morris getting around Ryder Van Beek, and we were just talking about it.
Kylie.
Huh?
Kylie.
Oh, is it Kylie? Man, I keep missing it again. All right, Kylie. That's a big difference between Kylie and Kyle.
A little bit.
All right, so Ryder now going to have to get in a hurry here. Kylie challenged on the inside and took it. Straight out took it. And I didn't see a mistake by Ryder other than opening the door, and she took it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but yeah, either way now he's going to have to hunt her down. It's going to make for a good race. I feel like in qualifying it was a pretty good one, and now coming into the race we have a leader change, so.
Well, this class out here, the amateur naturally aspirated, this is pretty awesome to watch. 3 cars out here, but they're staying pretty tight-knit. Arctic Cat holding its own, kind of lifting right there with a ski jump. That could be being amateur. That could still be just a skill level, not the car level. But still, even lifting on the ski jump, staying within striking distance of the leaders.
Definitely.
And still a very exciting pass on Ryder. Now, Ryder, we were talking about your brother Ryder and how much he's grown. Like, just, what is he now? 15, 16?
14.
14. Jeez, okay, am I already saying, what is he, 15 or 16? And he's 14? Well, that tells you that is a much older looking boy than he really is. Same thing with Ryder Van Beekem. Man, Ryder Van Beekem looks like he can walk into a club and say, I'm 23.
They are definitely getting big, yeah.
I mean, I want to remind Ryder and the Van Beekem family, remember, I'm your family. I'm your boy.
Oh, he's such an awesome kid. I mean, he has a good head on his shoulders.
Absolutely. Definitely born into racing. Incredible, the Van Beekem's, how long they've been racing. A name that everybody knows, whether respected or their bruised ego. And I'm talking about the people that have to race against the Van Beekem's. So, love me some Van Beekem's. R&R Steel, our season presenting sponsor. So amazing to have them on board, and I hope that this core series is giving them the return on investment they are expecting. But Kylie right now made the pass.
She's on fire.
Yeah, just checking out.
Sometimes that's all it takes is hang back for a little bit and then, find where you can make your mark and then do it and go.
And that corner particularly, that's one of the larger corners in the track. I know they're really staying in the groove right there. You can see the 2 tracks definitely. And what's crazy, during the intermission, they actually were able to flatten that out. But, boy, those grooves came back immediately. And you'll see it right here as they come into it. And there is actually, if you do stay in that groove, as you saw Kylie take it, she was able to find that inside line and pick it up as they were exiting the corner. I got to tell you, too, I just like the firing order of that Arctic Cat. It's a little different from the Polaris. You can hear the Polaris. It's a very distinctive note that the majority of the Polarises have. But as you hear that one come by, I'm going to say they're both twin cylinders. I'm assuming, or is that a triple?
Honestly, I'm not too sure.
Not too sure? It sounds like it could possibly be a triple.
Possibly.
So, makes me wonder if the Polaris fires in a flat plane and that one in a cross plane. So, it makes me wonder.
Possibly.
I guess it can't be a cross. Yeah, it could. Actually, it could. Could be a cross plane. It could be a flat plane. So I bet you if they are 2 cylinders, Wait, how could it do that? There's no way. It'd have to have 3 to 4 cylinders. All right. I always over-engineer things. It's just been a trait of mine since I was 3. Taking apart VCRs with a butter knife. Yeah, there's no way 2 cylinders could be a cross plate. It has to be a flat plate. I mean, I guess it could because Harley Davidson share the same wrist pin on the crank. You know how many times I'm going to remember that? 0. You know how many times I'm going to need that information? 0. But here I am thinking about it anyhow. It's going to keep me up tonight. .555, Kylie Morris taking the lead from Ryder Van Beekem. Whether Van Beekem checked up or made a mistake or not, Kylie was there. Loving the sound of the 727 Arctic Cat of Alex Young. We saw Alex Young there kind of lift going up the face of that jump. I would actually think it's harder to take that bump that Alex just did than rather to clear it.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, most of them can clear it. A lot of them will land at the face of the other end, but either way, it could be a suspension thing also. We don't know how the car handles, so
true story.
You never know.
She could be giving it all, and Alex Young could be giving it all there, and suspension not on the compression side set up correctly or a spring rate wrong, and the car just can't.
Sometimes that just forces you to check up in general too, if it's hurting the car and hurting the driver at that point.
Yeah, too soft, absolutely. Goes back to the old motocross days. The faster you are, the stiffer the springs you got.
Yeah.
You just needed more spring, because you were a lot more aggressive. However, more spring, if you don't, when you get more spring, compression and rebound, especially rebound, become, you have to dial them in more perfectly than you would with a softer spring. You have a little more leeway, and those ratio numbers start becoming a little tighter when you add higher spring rate. So you have to dial the shock in just perfect. You have to have the correct oil and the correct compression and rebound settings. And again, as I said, more on the rebound, because obviously if you have a stiffer spring as the spring compressor, there's a lot more unsprung weight in that spring that's ready to release the energy. So you got to slow that rebound down quite considerably. Well, one way or the other, we got to talk to Alex. So there's only 3 racers, so they're all 3 making it to the podium. So we'll talk with Alex about the car. But 2 riders making short work of that ski jump. Ryder Van Beekem and our leader, Kylie Morris.
They are staying pretty toe-and-toe. It doesn't look like they're gapping it out too far, kind of keeping that gap the same.
Well, that's what makes me wonder, did Ryder Van Beekem's car stutter, or did his foot come off the accelerator for a second? Did he accidentally stomp on the gas? Did he just overshoot the turn?
Yeah.
Did she set him up and know it and just found that line and said, I'll take it if I'm close enough? Or I keep saying, Kylie for sure. But we'll see. And is Kylie going to make a mistake anywhere that Ryder can capitalize on? It's kind of crazy. These cars, as we were talking about, the same footprint as a normal Razor, but the single seat, even though the cabs aren't any taller or anything, it just looks for a much taller car. But it's not. Same door height, same A pillar and B pillar height, I would imagine at least. And it makes the car just look really tall, like it would be top heavy, but they're really not. So. One cool thing about it is if you have a single seater, you don't have to have the intrusion bar. much smaller field of view from the A
that's
pillars, no
right,
intrusion
yeah.
bar.
Yeah, they are a pretty popular race car, especially with our youth classes that we see out here.
The majority of the race cars that we were racing were two-seater cars that only one driver. You know, you guys were pulling the other seat out. So I thought when the single-seater came out on the same chassis, I thought these were just going to just destroy the market. You know, just go crazy with these. You know, and I meant destroy as far as take it over,
Right.
not make it go away. You know, it just made sense to me to lose some weight, put the cars on a diet, put a single seat right in the center. You know what I mean? But so now they're just as popular as they need to be, I think. So I think they finally found their market, and here we are watching them do really well on this course. White flag coming up for Kylie Morris. You can hear Ryder Van Beekem on and off that throttle again. Definitely his style. Hopefully I can get a little bit of info on that Wildcat.
Yeah, you can definitely tell with each lap he's getting more and more comfortable in the car.
The RPMs are staying up on the car a little longer. Yep, hold it in. And, you know, that was one of the things back in the early days we were talking about, the difference between a pro and an intermediate, or an intermediate down to beginner. The pro will literally hold it on a little longer and pour it on a little quicker. So, like, as they're in a corner, they'll hold it on, and they'll just, even if it's a split second longer than a lesser class, and then in the corner, they will accelerate quicker, you know, sooner in the corner than somebody else will, you know, because you kind of wait for you to get the car straight and then pour it on. But a pro will start putting it on at the apex of the corner, right as they leave the apex.
Yeah, and that quarter of a second or half of a second or whatever it is, that close second can be so much. So if you can make that up and be the fastest one, the littlest things make the biggest difference out here.
I agree. Braking, also that much more important, where you do have to brake. And that's another thing. A pro, like at least, again, mostly in riding, pro rider will out brake it. But there you are, the checkered flags for Kylie Morris. And somebody's excited over there. Big smile. I have a feeling that's Kylie's spotter.
Yeah, I would guess so.
Well, I'm going to go over and talk to him before Kylie gets over here. And we'll check it out. Come on up here. Hey, so you were letting out a good scream there. You got to be pretty happy. I'm assuming you're a Kylie spotter.
Yeah, we're spotting for Kylie Morris, and then in our same camp, we actually had Price Waddell get second in beginner this morning. So far, been a pretty good day.
All right, man. That was a good shout. So I just wanted to come over and get your sentiment on that because you seem pretty excited.
Yeah, I mean, we came in. We know Ryder's fast, but, you know, she made a great pass, saw a great opportunity, and just held, maintained the gap, kept getting faster lap after lap. So pretty hyped. That's her first ever win. So that'll be a big deal here.
All right, very good. Well, we'll make sure we capitalize on that. There you go, talking to Kylie Morris, spotter. And let's talk with Kylie. Oh, look at this. And we got Meredith. Wow, Meredith, getting these cars dialed up and everything, that's quite a challenge, and watching the single-seater cars. But that was quite a pass Kylie put on.
Yeah, Ryder's four-wheel drive. They just replaced the front diff, but the four-wheel drive is not working. We don't know what's going on. So.
Well, he was able to keep it in there within the track, so that you can't be too mad at that. If you're a front-wheel drive down on there and being able to keep it that's still not a bad day of racing.
Nope, he did good. We're proud of him.
All right, very good, man. Loving to have you guys here as a season sponsor. I hope I've been giving you guys enough plugs for today.
Oh, heck yeah, you have. Thank you.
Love this young lady right here, synonymous in off-road racing, the Van Beekem clan. Go check them out. All right, well, coming up to this podium, we got some pretty happy. Kylie, though, her first win. So we can't wait. Stick around. We're going to get on the podium after this. Come on, let's talk with you guys. Let's go. Come on. Where's Kylie? Kylie, come on. We got to talk with you on her first win. That's right. Come on. All right. Alex, come on, get on up there. Okay, that's okay. You're okay. Alex, you are all right, my friend. Hey, I got you, man. We're going to make this easy for you. First of all, let's talk about that car. You were the lone Arctic Cat out there. A little different tone coming out of that engine. Tell us about it.
Well, it is a 3-cylinder Yamaha.
I figured that. Oh.
Instead of your 2 cylinders.
Okay.
And it maybe has some stuff in it.
All right. Well, very good. Definitely very interesting to watch out there, and the car still was fine. You were right there, not too far off the pace.
A little bit. Little mistakes put me back, but yeah.
All right. Well, it looks good from my vantage point, and looks like you got some room to grow, and you're absolutely doing fine out here.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. Well, your first time on the podium. Let's talk about the people that are behind you making you race.
I'd like to thank Speedworks, Rugged Radios, POP, Raceline Wheels, my dad for getting the car set up. If it wasn't for him, then it wouldn't be here.
All right, very good. Are we excited? We got you here for the rest of the season?
You sure do.
All right, Alex Young, everybody, third place today. Not a bad job, and I knew that was a 3-cylinder, that car. We were talking about the different thing. I was talking about it being a cross plane or a flat plane, but I guess you can't do that with 2 cylinders. Well, this young man, no stranger to my podium. Look, geez, I really got to look up now. We were just talking about how big both you. We were talking about Mia's brother, Ryder, and you, Ryder. And gosh, you guys are just so big nowadays. Well, great day out there. Your mom told me you were losing 4-wheel drive out there, but Kylie put quite the pass on you in that corner.
Yeah, that was a great pass from her. Like you said, I've been having 4-wheel drive issues all day in that car, and hopefully we'll get it figured out for tomorrow.
I'm sure you will. Great race program going on in the Van Beeken pits. You look still great out there, driving great. Your style was awesome. We were talking about the way that you throttle into a corner and keep that car planted.
Yeah, I was trying my best. It's a lot different when I don't have 4-wheel drive. Not to mention it's not a Lucas track. The ruts out here are way bigger, so it's not a throw it in and hope for the best. It's a drive through it as fast as you can.
Well, I know you're a rider that can adapt and overcome, so I know you got it done out there. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make the Van Beeken race happen.
Obviously, I want to thank my mom and dad for allowing me to do this, God for keeping me safe. I want to thank Matt and Kevin for spotting me, Matt for getting our cars prepped for this weekend. I want to thank R&R Steel Racing, Rob Muzzy, Paul Yaw. That's it.
All right, very good. Make some noise out there. Ryder Van Beeken having to settle for second place there, but not taking anything away from this young lady. Her first win ever. And, man, that was quite the pass. This young man is a veteran in the sport, and he opened the door for you, and you took full advantage. That's racing, man. No matter what was going on over here, you had it down, and you railed that corner. It was very awesome to watch you come inside.
Yeah, it was like I saw whenever he slowed down, and then I'm just like, no, I'm just gonna try to pass him right now, and then yeah.
Look at that, the smile. You're gonna have a permagrin all night tonight, aren't you?
Yes, probably.
Very good. I can only imagine the glee that's going through you right now for this podium win. Well, let's talk about the people that get you here.
Bad Decisions Racing, my stepdad Steve, my mom, and all my family.
That is such a beautiful way to do it. Let her bask in the glory. Your winner, Kylie Morse. Great job out there. Her Your spotter, rather, he was over here. He said, whoa, he let out a big yell. He was so happy for her. One more time, congratulations, Kylie. Well, I'll tell you what, we got another race coming up. Let's talk about it. Mia Chapman.
Yeah, coming out on track, we have the Youth NA Open class. And starting off in that first row, we have the 6'10 of Mason Cotter. Right next to him, the 808 of Chase Crawford. Second row, 951 of Brian Willett. The 225 of James Thomas. Third row, 137 of Jesse Johnson. Right next to him, the 1032 of Nolan Bishop. And the fourth row.
Fourth row is Hadiji. Hadiji. That's how you say it. Hadiji.
Yeah, I didn't want to butcher that one. So
Jackson Hadiji. We got it. Did we get it right? Mom, did we get Hadiji right? Howdigi. Gosh, we almost had it. Spell it right. How, H-O-D-A, and how to G. So G-I. I would say G-I or G-Y. All right, yeah, it'll work. Yeah, perfect. I like it. I mean, it could be either way. All right. We'll have it by the end of the day. Just like we had. It's Hoganus, not Hoganus.
Hoganus.
Hoganus. You got. I'm not making fun of the name. I'm making fun that it's one of those hard names that you.
It's a tongue twister.
Yeah, I mean, and that goes back to what we were talking about, the English language. Now, the Howdigi name is not even close to. Oh my goodness! The green car right there, just skying into the infield. The number 8, the 8.
That one?
Is it Chance Crawford? I would have to see that car. And just watch. Look at all these cars just skying it. So the third place car coming into the infield. Oh! The 951 car of Brian Willett. I don't know if you guys saw that around there. We just flat out got roosted over here.
Yeah, wow. There were some rocks in that one.
There were rocks in that one. Or something. That see-through black stuff. We'll go to Home Depot.
Oh, right, yeah.
The shading, and not here for shading, but to protect us. But where I was going, the 951 car. Watch the 951 car jump back down into right here. When they turn here, watch that third car. How much air they get in, come and drop it into this infield here. They're gonna turn right here. And watch the speed carry into the infield right here. That's quite a drop right there, too.
Yeah.
Here we go. And watch the green car. Wow, that wasn't as spectacular as the last one, but wow. Still, these top 3 cars putting it down right now. All right, here you go. If you're standing right here, you guys better get it set up because the roost is happening. All right, not as bad that time. Maybe it's just a lap. They just feel a little overzealous on the throttle. I'll brave it. We really got a race on our hands right now. The Youth NA Open. And what a spectacular race we are watching right now, right here at Shorty's Sports Park. When I first walked in, and I thought, what a great idea somebody had to put a track in right here. What a great idea.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really unique track. Like, we've been talking about it all day. It's very technical, very windy. A little bit more high speed, but it's definitely more of a driver's course than speed, I would say.
I would also imagine that talking with these drivers that this is just just love that jump right there. And they are skying it. You can see that they're getting a little sideways. And the 610 car. The 610 car of Mason Cotter. And Mason showing the rest of the field the short way around this circuit, as you were talking about. Very technical circuit. And I do believe right behind them, the 808 of Chance Crawford. Pretty much the way they qualified. Mason Cotter, Chance Crawford, and Brian Willett. Of those needs, we have the skills and the know-how to handle any size project with the utmost integrity and professionalism. With over 10 years experience, the top tier clients include Rockstar Energy Drinks. I guess they did the vert ramps that they did for Rockstar. And as we know, a lot of the energy drinks out there, they try to do a lot of extreme events and things. So great to have FS Production there. They also have done the Hot Wheels loop that you featured in the X Games. And that was quite a feat watching the Hot Wheel loop.
Definitely.
I wonder what person said, you know what we ought to do is build a big old loop and have a car do it. I just don't think that I would be brave enough to do that loop. But then again, you never know. How much money we talking? How much? Let's talk about Mia Chapman. How much would somebody have to pay Mia Chapman to do a loop like that?
Honestly, I probably seen it, but I'm forgetting right now.
Let's see if
I'd have to see it first.
Yeah, the loop was probably about 80 foot tall, and the car they did it in was nothing short of a rally car. I said 80, but now it looks only like it was about 60. I thought it was much bigger. No, I'll stick with 80.
That looks pretty fun.
I mean, to me it looks pretty safe though. And I don't know if I remember that they converged like that. That's pretty interesting. So I just asked him, it's 60 to 80 feet, and I went back to 60. It's 60 feet. I would do it. F it. I would do it. That's not because I'm smart. I would do it just because I'm probably not that smart. I'd do it. I would do it just to say I did it.
Maybe.
See, that's the way I talk myself into things. I want to do it. But anyhow, back to racing here. The 1032 car coming across the finish line. 10 laps on this race right here. 1032, we haven't been able to talk about Nolan Bishop. But Mason Cotter out front with Chance Crawford trying to make up that position, and Brian Willett in the top three. figured we'd be going. I think that's, again, what we were talking about, overdriving. And I'm not accusing him of overdriving. I'm just saying Brian makes the car look like it's in a hurry, or maybe it's just the way the setup of the car is. The RPMs where he's got the gearing setup or whatever, or the clutch setup. But he's on that gas, and it makes that car look like it's going really fast.
Definitely, yeah. He's sitting in a pretty good position, but I would definitely keep pushing towards the front of the pack as well.
You know, and I just looked over to catch the leaders, Mason Cotter and Chance Crawford, go over the ski jump. But Chance Crawford just sent the ski jump to the moon. So if we get a chance, I'm going to get your attention to watch Chance Carter go over the ski jump. He had so much hang time. He was still nose heavy as he disappeared out of sight. I was like, I looked over and went, whoa. You know, that's we should talk to somebody and go over there and start marking which car got the most air off the ski jump.
Oh, yeah.
But not tell anybody about it, because they would start doing it. Here we go, white flag flies! All right, Mia Chapman. Keep your eye on that black car, the 808 car, Chance Crawford. And when you look over there, we're going to see both the first two cars sky it, and here they go. But Chance Crawford especially, here we go. Houston, prepare for takeoff. There you go. Watch this. Okay, not bad, but watch this. Yoink. All right, that wasn't as heavy as the last one. All right. Oh, well.
I can definitely see why that's a driver favorite section of the track.
No doubt. You know, in the motocross days, there's always a favorite one. I wonder if the motocrossers enjoy that jump just as much.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That seems like, on a motocross bike, just seems like a safe jump to take. Like, just do it.
Yeah.
White flag flies for the rest of the field, Mia Chapman. I don't think that we're going to have any lead changes at this point. Mason Cotter has checked out and just drove it all the way home. Crawford now with a mistake going outside the corner there. And we'll talk with Brian Willett. But here we go, just another turn to negotiate. And a lap driver, your winner unofficially, Mason Cotter. And right behind Mason, Chance Crawford.
They put on a pretty good race. That was intense there.
That really was. They were relentless. I think they literally were sprinting from wire to wire. I do believe that was just a great fun race. And, you know, as we talked about here at Core Championship Off-Road Racing, they're just going to get better and better and faster as the day goes on. I mean, with that being said, we just got a few more races at the Pro NA coming up next in class. And from there on the Pro NA, Amateur Turbo, Youth Limited, and then the Pros. And we heard, and it's just a rumor, I haven't seen it, but it sounds like Jason Weller has got the spare car. So, wow.
Yeah, it'll be one to watch for sure. You know, since that incident happened on the first lap in qualifying, he will be starting in the back. But honestly, I have no doubts that he'll be up in the front in no time.
He's a true pro. He's got a lot of experience, even behind the wheel, but also being pit chief to one of the winningest off-road drivers in history, Corey Weller. And I say one of the winningest drivers because she actually said to me last night, well, if I'm not the winningest, I definitely probably have the most podiums. And I wouldn't doubt that for any facet. She has got so. Have you been to the shop? Seen all those trophies?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I've handed her half of them personally. All right, we're going to talk with the winners. Our winner, Mason Cotter, led that from wire to wire. And the rest of the field there with Chance Crawford and Brian Willett. Brian definitely doing a great job. And that car just seeming like it was literally winning the race back there from third place. The car sounded really fast. We'll talk with them. Brian Willett, you feeling good? Heck yeah. Well, that was a very spectacular race to watch. And you can see the camaraderie between these drivers because that was definitely a battle and one of the best races of the day. So let's get them on up here. Mason, come on. And they're looking to give indeed, everybody the good job for sure. Very spectacular race and a great race to announce for sure. All right. Let's get you guys up here. Where's Brian? There you go. Well, Brian, first and foremost, congratulations on the third place finish. That was a great race to watch. You guys pretty much once you got in your comfort zone, you guys stayed right there. Not a lot of mistakes happening from either of you guys. Listening to your car, though, from back in third place, it seemed like you were tripling the speed of everybody. That car just fast as all hell.
Yeah, I was pretty much floored everywhere I could be.
It definitely showed it, man. It was fun to watch and fun to announce. Well, right on. What was the race like from your seat?
Good. First couple laps were hard, but once I got used to it, it was good from there on out.
What do you think of the track here?
Really smooth this time. It was like way better than last time.
All right, looked really good. What are you going to change for tomorrow to get here? Maybe a few more positions.
Maybe do some faster lines.
All right, very good. So the line selection was where it is. Okay, well, let's talk about the people that make the race program happen for you.
Just my dad, basically. I like to thank my dad, my mom, my sisters. That's all.
All right, very good. We guys make some noise out here. Brian Willett doing a great job putting on a great race. But in second place, it just kind of went the way it went. Chance Crawford. Second place, you guys got set in that pace, and unless he made a mistake, that's the way you guys were going to finish.
Yeah, he's fast, and he's hard one to beat, but he's fun to race with also.
Well, it's definitely very, as I was telling Brian, very spectacular to watch and announce for. You guys definitely put on a great race, and I was kind of hoping for a little closeness, but, man, you guys, once you got set in that pace, you guys just checked out of each other. You just were gone.
Yeah, all of us are pretty fast, but this is where we stack up and
it was fast, and that's what we like to see on this course. Very challenging, very technical course. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people in your race program.
I like to thank my friends, family, my dad, my mom for being there and helping, and Crawford Associates for funding the program, and everyone else.
All right, and then on that second to last lap, I just remembered while I was talking to it, you'll hear me go crazy because you flat out sent it over the ski jump.
Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. I kept sending it over pretty hard.
You did, and I caught it there at the last one, so good job. Congratulations there. Good job on our winner, Mason Cotter. Mason, wow. You got out in front. I'm pretty sure you just led it from wire to wire.
Yeah, that was a really, really fun track. Couple turns you go into it, the sun's shining right on your eyes. You can't see. But other than that, it was a really fun race. I got to battle the first few laps with him. I mean, from last season, he was more of like a middle pack runner, and now he's up front. It's pretty cool. Both of them, they did really good, and the track was just it was fun. It was
very good. Well, it was definitely spectacular to watch.
Yeah, it was. I made a couple mistakes, especially on that last lap. I sent the big ski jump, and when I went off, it threw me sideways, and I flew off the track and missed the rut to climb over it.
All right, well, thank God it didn't cost you that position. So, all right, well, you got it on top. Let's talk about the people that made you get here.
I'd like to thank Polaris, Sneaky, and the guys at Sneaky, Method, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Rugged, Hoosier, and my dad, Brad, James, and everybody else that helps me out.
All right, well, you better make some noise. Put on one of the greatest races today. Mason Cotter, your champ of the Youth Naturally Aspirated Open. Good job, gentlemen. Very good job, Brian. It was very spectacular to watch you race. That car seemed like it was just simply on fire. And these three put it on and put it down. Stick around. Mia Chapman, who we got up next?
Up next, we have the Pro NA class. We'll go over that lineup real quick before they get out here on the track. Starting on that first row, we have the 101 of Chase Minkin. The second position, we have the 901 of Clayton Winnicky. Second row, we have the 904 of Chase DSD. Right next to him, the 1047 of Braden Craw. Third row, the 33 of Jonah Bishop. Next to him, the 64 of Robert Van Beekum. And rounding out that field, we have the 295 of Michael Bernstein.
Makes me want to do that Supercross voice again. Robert Van Beekum.
He has one of those names, huh?
Hailing out of Queen Creek, Arizona. Robert Van Beekum. I just like that guy, you know, like, and we got Supercross happening tonight, so it's gonna be interesting to see who champions that. If I can go watch it anywhere. Do you watch the Supercross? You follow it at all?
Yeah, I do.
Who's some of your racers? Give me some of your top racers.
Ooh, you're putting me on the spot here.
Justin Barsha. Cooper Webb. I just like that guy's one.
Yeah, he's definitely one
Oh,
of mine.
Cooper Webb,
yeah.
man. Phenomenal driver, or racer rather. A rider rather, and my boy Jet Lawrence, man. I've been sticking by Jet. I don't care. I know he's young,
yeah,
but come on, man, that
he's
kid
been on
is
fire.
Yeah, and all my boys, like, we have a little, you know, who's gonna win, and I say, hey, just I'm on the Jet Lawrence train. I mean, I'm a Honda guy. Jet Lawrence is young. He's paid his dues. You know, I didn't like that nonsense that Jason Anderson did to him. Jason Anderson, great racer, but he is socially unacceptable. Like, I almost jumped out on the track when he took out, I was in Dallas, and he took out Malcolm Stewart. And I'm not kidding. I was sitting in the Monster Energy VIP area, and I almost jumped through and jumped on the track to go beat up Jason Anderson for that nonsense.
Yeah, Supercross gets pretty intense, a lot like this racing. It can get, and it most of the time does get rowdy really quick, but a lot of talent, like just watching it, it's just insane the amount of talent a lot of the racers have.
Oh, I agree. And that, that's what we were talking about earlier is, those at that level, their bikes are all pretty much equal. There's not much more that they can do to the bikes. Like all the teams would cry about, oh, he's got a different silencer. Come on, man, that silencer and whatever, that little bolt you see behind the silencer, they change things. Not drastic enough that I think you need to, protest or whatever, because it really boils down to how well that rider rides whatever equipment you got, and they do have to be set up for the rider's style.
Exactly. I think a good training regimen also comes into play. Like all the work they do when they're not, racing is definitely a huge part that comes into play.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize, I think you're just literally riding a bike, turning the throttle, braking, turning the throttle. What they don't realize, you're clinching the bike, you're manhandling the bike, you're pulling it, you're tugging it. It's basically a 30-minute sprint from start to finish. Like you're sprinting the entire time. So Supercross, outdoor motocross, in my opinion, but I don't have to say in my opinion, there's been several studies done, motocross ranks as the most strenuous sport on the planet Earth. So the most.
I wouldn't doubt that at all.
3% body fat. Jet Lawrence. Healthy.
It's a lot. Not just training on the bike, but training physically.
Yeah, and mentally too.
Yeah, and we don't all get to see it. They'll post little clips here and there, but I'm sure there's so much more that goes into it.
Well, a lot of training here that you got to do here in this racer to be top contender. Again, a lot of people think you're just racing a car. You're sitting in a seat, you're strapped in, you're just pressing the gas, pressing the brake, and turning the steering wheel. On top of how strenuous it is, these cars don't have power steering. So these cars, is that correct, or do you have power steering?
Oh, I have power steering. Yeah, most of these cars out here definitely
So the production cars have power steering?
Yes.
Okay, so they do have power steering, but power steering or not, sawing on the steering wheel for the whole moto is pretty, it's pretty strenuous. But I don't think they realize how violent it is in the car as you hit each bump, as you land from each jump, as you set it into a corner and you hit, as you see the tractor out there now taking down that corner right there, that's starting to become an issue. Putting the car in those ruts, you feel all of that, so it's hard on the body.
Yeah, something's constantly moving the whole time. So yeah, especially as the day goes on and the track withers away just a little bit, those ruts come into play. It dries out. The sun's in an awkward place. It definitely comes into play.
Oh, right in your eyes as you crest the corner. unlike the track we keep talking about at Firebird, at least after a while, in my sentiment, you start to realize that you know each turn, you know how hard you're holding it on. You can almost do the track with your eyes closed because you understand how, especially when we ran it for the same course for 3 or 4 years straight. You knew the track. You knew to set it up into turn 1. You knew how to set it up turn 3 and 4, and turn 5 even, which I think was the most pivotal part of that track. But you pretty much could do the track with your eyes closed. So this course, unfortunately, though, with so many turns and elevation changes, I just don't think that's the case here. You're really visually, that sun can play a role because it's going to change your mark, how you set it up in the corner.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we heard one of the drivers up there on the podium talking about the sun being in his face, and sometimes you just kind of have to guess where the corner is and, hope that's where it's at.
Yeah.
But a lot of up and down on this track, so I'm sure that's a big
Well, and hopefully
part.
the sun doesn't make you lift too soon and lose a couple seconds going into the corner.
And that's the hard part, trying to determine when you should lift, when you should drive it in more, when the sun's in your face.
All right, Pro NA, we got the pros coming out here. Chase Mankit in the 101, the 901 car of Clayton Winnicky. You already said that, didn't you? We already got it done. And the 904, the top 3 of Chase DSD. And I sure would like to know what that name is, or if it is DSD. And if he finishes there, we're going to find out. Here we go, Kevin, patiently with the green flag. And here we go, look at this. Bumping going on already. Oh, we got some bumping cars going up over the corner. The 1047 car getting forced to the outside. Nothing you can do. You're not going to squeeze back in. Wow. The cameraman must see us going like this, wondering what's going on. And the 1047 car didn't pick up or lose a position.
I had a feeling that start was going to get a little rowdy.
That it did. It definitely got rowdy.
Hey, it was clean for the most part. Nobody got flipped over.
Indeed. Get a little pushed out there in the corner, but sometimes you don't have a choice. You're straddling that outer, like you said, the outer cushion.
Yep.
And look at this, Kevin making his way down there to get a body panel. I love the staff out here at Core. Everybody doing a great job. We really, you'll never hear that's not my job mentality. Everybody out here loving to help it.
Everybody definitely genuinely loves their job out here and enjoys the racing and the families and all the racers as well.
It's a good day of racing. Makes me happy to come out here and do a Core event. Get to see a lot of the people that I grew up in the race just easily clearing that jump. Our leader, the number 1 on the car. So the 901 car and the 904 car, with the same livery on that car, coming up from the Polaris RZR pit that I do believe is right here, as we see right here, the MRT truck. Well, thank goodness there's just a few more races to go. It's starting to get cold.
Yeah, this one is definitely making it very
now that
chilly.
the sun's behind us. All right, let's talk about the vendors here behind us. Shannon over here from Team Baja Racing Gear. The Baja Racing Gear, our PCI radio race dealer, the official radio of Championship Off-Road Racing. And Dan's over there as well. He's from Sinfab. And if you guys have never seen an incredible desert race car, but you want to see one, go talk with Dan over there from Sinfab. He'll be happy to show you pictures or catalogs of his desert car, his personal one. And he's just lightning fast in that car. He's here also representing Rugged Radio. And Shorty's Sport. If you haven't made your way over here to get a taco yet or a burrito, come on over here and Taco Grill, or Baja Grill rather. Ow! Right in the head. Just like a shotgun when these cars come through.
I know, we need some shields up here.
I'm going to tell Glenn we're going to make our announcer's booth on top of the trailer next time. Uh-oh, we got a rollover here. And I do believe that is... No. Oh, is it our leader? No. So our leader's still there. Yeah, I believe this was either Jonah Bishop, which I do believe it was Jonah Bishop. I'm not sure. We'll see. They're getting him back over. There's only like 2 guys lifting that car up. Wow. Well, we'll find out which driver that is. They're back and running. That is the 295 car of Michael Bernstein. So Michael Bernstein uninjured by that rollover. And the 901 and 904 car, the battle for second place. And Robert Van Beekum now in the 64 car. Makes me wonder if the 4-wheel drive got fixed, because I'm assuming that's the same car that Ryder drove earlier.
Yeah, it looks like it, and if that's the case, he might not have, 4-wheel drive?
Yeah, assuming he was having problems with the diff. We'll talk to him if he gets it on the podium, but I don't know if he's got anything for the leaders.
That is one of the most challenging things to drive with, is just having 2-wheel drive and not 4, especially on a track like this. So
I have to agree with you. My experience as well agrees with that. All my vehicles were 4-wheel drive. I didn't run them in 4-wheel drive all the time, but when you did run them in the silt or in the mud or in the sand, I told everybody that the twin traction beam that Ford made was a definite advantage. Definite advantage. A 295 car up and over just fine. Not a lot of damage to that car. A little bit on the roof there. And we had our first turtle of the day. Bobby getting a little out of shape there on the jump right here in front of us. Lost a little time there to the 1047 car of Braden Craw. So Bobby Van Beekum now can definitely hear the pressure of Braden Craw behind him. It would be safe to say that Bobby is driving the same car, and more than likely in second in 2-wheel drive.
I will say, if anybody's going to be out there in a 2-wheel drive car and still drive it hard, it's going to be Bobby.
Yeah. No, I'm not even. No cap. I'm not kidding. I was thinking the same thing. Did I just say that? There's our viral video.
There's your viral TikTok.
Oh, what do we have here? Our leader? No, that's not our leader. Okay. Oh, that's. Oh. Okay. You got me thinking that car was our leader. They were just slowing down to get out of their way. Thank you. Oh. But Bobby Van Beekem still holding off the onslaught of that 1047 car of Braden Craw. And look at that Bobby right there. That's the jump that's been giving him a hard time. Well, our leader now just checking out from the other two.
Yeah, definitely having a smooth race so far, but it is not coming easy because he is driving that car in as far as he can to every single corner, but still keeping it smooth.
The real battle going on, though, is behind our leader for second place. They have just been dicing from wire to wire. They from the start, they've been right there, and they cannot seem to make ground on each other. As you see here, when they get up into the corner, they bridge that gap, and then the straightaways. It would seem like the 904 now of Chase DSD just going a little. I'm going to get that name because I have a feeling Chase is going to be on our podium. You know, Mia, from my perspective, at least on the section right here, I saw our leader come by, and it looks like he was a little more cautious than the 901 car. Oh, there you go. So he must have got around Bobby, or Bobby broke. No, Bobby didn't break. Well, maybe because he flew kind of crazy off that. Maybe broke an axle. Oh, yeah, Bobby has to pull off. Yeah, he's got a broken axle. Yep. You saw one drive on the outer wheel. He broke his driver's side.
Yeah, definitely a bummer. I know that's not the way he wanted to end that race, but it's racing.
Well, that's the thing. That's another thing. If you have all wheels driving, it's easier on the other two. So in other words, you're not putting all the weight of that car and all that friction on just the rear axle. So as you know, and as you said, Bobby was probably driving that car way harder than he should have, and unfortunately catastrophic failure happened. But man, our leader right here just sending it over everything. White flag flies for Chase Mankin. And the battle right here of the P901 and the 904, they have been relentless all race long. They get the white flag as well. And I haven't seen how they're taking the ski jump. Let's check this out. Jeez! Those two. It's crazy that the 901 and 904 have not caught Chase Mankin because they seem to be faster on every part of the track. So I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, he is definitely on a mission today, and he is not letting up whatsoever.
Well, again, as we said all day, barring any catastrophic failure, just 2 more turns to negotiate, and our winner is going to be Chase Mankin. Skying off my favorite jump on the course. As you see the drone right behind him, checkered flag flies for Chase Mankin. Just led it from wire to wire. But this right here, the number 901 car, all the way into the finish of Clayton Winicky and Chase DSD. We're going to see what that is all about here in a second about the DSD. Stick around. We're going to talk with the drivers right after this. Crowd, what did you guys think about that race? Let me hear you make some noise on that one. That was a race. And nobody made a noise. Look at that. Not one person. All right, we got it now. We weren't watching the live chat. My apologies. Mia Chapman. De Sousa Diaz is DSD. De Sousa Diaz. I wrote it down, so we're going to have to write it down on the rest. So now we know. De Sousa Diaz.
I got it. That's pretty cool.
We got
name.
it. Thanks to Shannon over here at Baja Racing Gear. Woohoo! The official communications of Core Racing, the PCI Race Rate. Yeah, we've said it only 30,000 times today since. I have more than made up for my mistake. Come on up. You don't have to wait. In fact, I'm like antsy to talk to you. Come on. Such a race here between these two. Yes, indeed. Well, he just checked out, so he wasn't the race I was talking about. I was talking about you guys. So, in fact, we got to talk about it. Get on up there, my friend. All right, De Sousa Diaz is what the DSD stands for. We had DSD on our slip, so I said we're going to get to the bottom of DSD here right now. Man, listen, before I talk about anything, what a race you and he put on. My gosh, you didn't let him up for a second. You kept the pressure the entire race.
Yeah, I was trying to pressure as much as I could, and yeah, I mean, it was working a little bit until I had no brakes at all. They were going to the floor, so I would have to stop before a jump, way before it to even have brakes. So, I mean, I pressured them, but it wasn't enough, so.
Well, it was exciting to watch. Our leader just checked out there, but you two put on quite a race. Wouldn't even have been able to tell that your brakes went away or even faded or nothing because you were still on the pipe and you weren't going backwards, that's for sure.
Yeah, if I had brakes, I think it would have been a little bit better race because Clay didn't have brakes either, so we were kind of even. But it was really fun battling with them.
So are you guys teammates, or is the livery just kind of the same? It just worked out that way.
Yes, we're teammates.
All right, that's what I figured. All right, very good. Well, what happened? Oh, they're family. Okay, well, come on now as the announcer. I don't know this unless it says they're family right here. But good job. You guys are family, so that feels pretty good. That's something to talk about over the fire tonight. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race happen over there.
First off, I want to thank my Uncle Chris. We had the wrong tires on. It wasn't set up for this course, so he went back to the shop and set everything up for me, mounted tires up, and I can't thank him enough. Wow. My dad, Dell, they drove all the way from Phoenix to help out. Winnicky Motorsports, DSD Racing, MRT Teamsters, Red Dog Suspension, Polaris Razor. I couldn't do it without him.
Well, that's a big thing. I think the race was perfect. That was definitely the race that it makes a noise out there for Chase De Sousa Diaz. But coming right here, Clayton Winnicky. Man, you heard me talk about it. That was quite a race. I mean, we know he checked out and just was on rails. But, man, you guys were putting it out. And you lost brakes as well?
Oh, yeah. Me and him seem to just do the same thing every race. We're either on each other's ass or we're not. But, yeah, we both lost brakes, so we were just both battling it out for the finish.
Yeah, just doing the best you could at that point. Well, again, I've been saying it today as the classes go on. They're getting a lot more competitive. It was very exciting to watch and very exciting to announce.
Oh, it was an amazing race. Maybe tomorrow when I get the brakes fixed, I can try to keep up with this guy.
Well, that's some good. That's a beautiful way to say it right there. Very competitive but very friendly. All right, let's talk about. I heard the people over there. Let's hear it again.
What people?
The people that make your race happen. What people? Did you hear that? What? It was all me. What are you talking about? I'm totally Clayton. You didn't say that, Clayton. I said that. All right, people that make your race program happen.
Well, obviously, I got to thank my parents, my mom and dad, and the DSD. Chris DSD over here helps me out a lot, so I can't complain. And obviously, MRT Off-Road, MRT Wheels and Tires, Polaris Razor, just about anybody and everybody. The list goes on and on. So just want to thank all of them for getting me up here.
All right, very good, very humble. I love to hear it, but man, you're a winner, Chase Mankin. Jeez, you just once you got out there, you just didn't look back, and I don't think you felt any pressure at all.
Oh, those first few laps I did. I was definitely nervous.
Nerves can definitely play into it. Mia Chapman and I were talking about that. Once you get over those nerves, you get into that groove, man, that's when you really start. Now, what I was going to say is these two look like visually they were going way faster. But you had – no, I'm being serious because, I mean, you guys were on the pipe. You guys were skying everything. He was just smoothly cruising it and just kept the distance. So I think smoothness is what played off for this race and this win.
Yeah, that's kind of what my dad's always told me. Smooth is fast. The smoother you go, and it's going to look like you're going slower, but you're actually going faster.
And I'm confirming your dad. Where's your dad at? Pops, you were right because he looked very smooth and he walked away with the win. Well, let's talk about the people that make the race happen for you.
Oh, my mom, my dad, and my sister for all coming out. JMR Brakes for keeping my brakes alive this race.
There you go. Hey, do you hear that?
Yeah. Polaris, Maxxis, Baja Designs, Sparco, Temecula Motorsports, and everyone else. It's just awesome to be up here.
All right, well, you got that number one. Let me get out the way. Make some noise, everybody. Your winner, Chase Mankin. And he had the brakes to prove it. These two are like going, oh. No, good job. I thought the race was perfect. You guys did a great race. Mia Chapman, what race do we have up next?
Out on the track, we have the amateur turbo class. Starting that first position, the 64 of Ryder Van Beekum. Right next to him, the 760 of Ryan Denny. And rounding out that field, the number 912 of AJ Burke.
All right, I heard another Van Beekum out there right now. Who is it? It is Ryder Van Beekum and his amateur turbo cars are three. Now, these are the first of the really big cars, the full wheelbase, full width, and turbo amateur. This is the class that if you were here racing your side-by-side, this is what you'd be racing. Is that accurate? Not amateur. You're going to see them stick together as we see what's going on right now. It's going to be either Ryder or Ryan.
Yeah, we saw Ryan chasing Ryder down in their last qualifying session, so it's awesome to see her out front. And Ryder's definitely on that back tail, knocking on her door. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Well, this is going to be a race where Ryan's definitely going to have to watch her P's and Q's here and make sure that she hits her marks almost perfectly. She's going to have to exercise every strategy she has perfectly because, as we talked about the Van Beekums, both Ryder and Robert will definitely pick up if you make a mistake. They'll be right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love seeing that Denny livery. They pretty much had that color scheme ever since I've known them. And they've come a long way in off-road racing. Like, I can remember when I started seeing the Denny's out there at the short course racing and how they would finish. They were always a very loved team. They've always been, everybody loves them. But, man, something really just became really serious over there, and they became really fast off-road racers literally overnight, and really happy to see the success over there at the Denny team.
Absolutely, yeah. It's awesome to see her out here and killing it in the amateur turbo class. You know, we can definitely tell she's having fun out there and getting more comfortable in her car. Especially on a track like this, it takes a lot of talent to go out there and drive like that. So, yeah, really cool.
Yeah, at this speed, I mean, no matter what classification this is, so no matter what the class they are racing, the speeds are comparable. These are the cars that all the pros run, so, I mean, there's no difference in setup. Maybe a personal preference in setup, but these cars have to be set up the same to do these kind of speeds. That's, in fact, how you achieve these speeds on a course like this. So we know these cars are championship, professional level cars, and the drivers are no slouches either, so it's great to see them set up and blistering a pace like this. And I'm assuming 10 laps. Oh. Oh, is it off? Did we lose battery? We're just losing batteries left and right. Yep. For now, let me go get some batteries. Two, two, two. Two, 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 two. All right, Mia Chapman back to racing. Ryan Denny out front still. Ryder Van Beekum, these two know each other. They battled out before. And the setup on these cars, keeping them pretty much equal, and they're just having fun chasing each other right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's knocking on her back door, you know, waiting there. But a little bit
mistake
off
right
track.
there.
Yeah. Gotta be tough coming over that crest into the sun right in your eyes.
And I bet you that's exactly what I was going to say, cresting that and kind of not having the cars set straight because of the sun. I bet that is exactly what's going on there. Now, on the eastern headed jumps, now look at that. Ryder already made up the distance that he made up, that he may have lost there. And again, right on the bumper of Ryan Denny.
Yeah, you notice the track is starting to get a little bit choppy with these ruts that come into play. You know, naturally that's going to happen in any track as we have so many races on the track today. But definitely plays a part in smart driving out here. You have to focus even more. Maybe not drive as hard into the corner to try to not upset the cars with those ruts. But they're doing a great job out there, putting on a great show and staying close to each other.
Well, if you look at these two cars comparatively, on their stance and the way they're driving, these cars pretty much look like the ride height's the same, look like they have the same size tires, gearing's the same, engine sounding the same. As you hear them go up the hill there, coming back to the back side of it, and they're pretty much flying the same, turning the same. The only difference is the styles of driving. You hear them both let off right there in unison. Oh! That is
it did sound like he lost something. It
yeah,
like
right as it
just
came
straight
in.
RPMs. Yeah.
Didn't lose fuel. You know, another thing is you probably know. And you can see Ryan Denny there, just literally seeing the front of Ryder. As you know, if the belt temperatures get too high or if the engine temperatures get too high, they instantly go into limp mode. And I talk to competitors all the time. I say, if you could get rid of limp mode, like, in other words, if you're watching your temperatures and the belt temperatures go high or whatever, if you could get rid of limp mode and destroy the engine, would you do it? And unanimously, every one of them says, yep. Yep.
Well, usually you can still drive the car when it goes into limp mode, but it sounded like it could be a possible blown belt.
Ah, okay. Well, you see Shane there looking around. Shane now on the opposite side of the belt. The belt's on the driver's side or left side of the car. And bad break for Ryder Van Beekum. This is his second class that he gets to race, and now he's just going to have to watch Ryan Denny drive it home. So now if I was Ryan, though, I think I would probably, and that's just me, I'd probably just kick the pace down a little bit because don't really have to be too hard on equipment, save it for tomorrow. Or Or the other flip note is keep driving it as hard as you can, so that way you know how to drive it in tomorrow's race. So interesting.
Yeah, that's the route most drivers take when you have a clean air and you check out like that, and not a lot of pressure but from behind, and you have a race the next day. You dial it back just a little bit, not too much. Still keep pushing out there, but definitely save the car for tomorrow.
I have to agree. I would hope that she doesn't push the car too hard and do something that could end in a catastrophe. Yeah, in fact, I think she's kind of stepping it down now.
Yeah.
I think she's just. Yeah. Well, this will be the telltale right here over the ski jump. Yeah, you can already hear her sidestepping. Yep. Yeah, she's sidestepping.
That's definitely what I would do if I was in that situation.
I think so too. I mean,
save the car. Have a good race tomorrow too.
Absolutely. She's got over half a track on AJ Burke, and AJ Burke. That car, as you see, different setup there on the other two cars. And maybe some shock issues there on both the front and the back.
Yeah, it has been looking like that going over jumps. Maybe a little bit too soft there, but
find out right here. Yeah, it does look like right as the car becomes airborne, they droop out way too fast. Well, this will be a telltale right here too. Again, the ski jump does give you indications on how things are going. Oh yeah, jounced pretty hard on, and they didn't even crest it. So yeah, those shocks they're jouncing pretty hard. The sun definitely playing a factor into the racing today. And riding Denny right now, she's just out for the drive.
Yeah, running her race.
All right. So that's probably where it's pretty much going to end up, folks. So Ryan Denny, Ryder Van Beekem, just having to watch the race now from the sideline. We've got 2 more races left. The youth naturally aspirated limited class, and we're going to see a lot of the racers that have been in the classes earlier. So we're going to see a lot of good racing here in the last 2 races. And rumor, Jason Weller has got a spare car. Let's see what's going to happen. Your smile just said it all.
Yeah, I think we all know it's definitely going to be one heck of a race. Even if it isn't a backup car, that's nothing less than top notch. So
Jason's memes about the level that Jason or Corey put on the on Facebook. You probably you're friends with him too. But Jason always posts sandwich maker, like my sandwich maker isn't working. He always he's referring to Corey. So yeah, there's definitely some shock problems with that car, or if not shock problems, somebody's got to go slow down the rebound on that car. So somebody go over there and help that car.
Yeah, it definitely looks a little painful.
Oh yeah, there's shock problems. Yeah. There is zero doubt in my mind that those rear shocks are not correct. Well, we'll get to talk to them. So
he's still driving that car though.
AJ Burke doing a great job. That's kind of scary when the car works like that, when the shocks go away.
Yeah.
Unless he's just having shock fade. There could be we'll talk with him. But I said something of the fact that we need to start calling Corey Sandwich Weller. So those are the nights I miss, is the late night parties at the Weller Pit. Saturday night. Would wake up hungover on Sunday and still
I don't
race.
think I was quite old enough to remember that. But,
no, you weren't. A lot of partying over there at the Weller Pit, that's for sure. Hello. Hello. No, she is. I just get to sit here and have fun.
This is a pretty fun job.
It really is. It's long hours though. But what are you going to say? Like, hey, what do you do for a living? Oh, I dig ditches. Oh, I'm a welder. I build pipelines. What do you do? I announce off-road races. What? Yeah.
And race off-road races.
I do still. Well, racing's been kind of on my deal put back right now, just because the economy has kept me from racing, and unless you're like you know, marketing and doing everything that you got to do for your potential sponsors, that's very important. So you have an opportunity to stay fresh and new. I mean, I don't, but make no doubt, I get an extra $5,000 in my bank account, I'm going racing. You know how to make a millionaire out of racing, right? Start with $1 million. Or something like that. You don't race because you make a lot of money. You race because you love it. That's pretty much it. Unless you get one of those big sponsors that hand you a $100,000 check at the beginning of the year, it's very hard to make money. Well, here we go. Just a couple more turns to negotiate for Ryan Denny. An unfortunate break from Ryder Van Beekem. I think she still would have been able to hold him off. So not taking anything away from her. Ryan Denny. We're going to talk with her and AJ Burke, and we'll get behind the man still airing it coming into the infield and still carrying the speed into corners. Maybe there's nothing wrong with the car, but I'm going to at least ask. It looks like there might be something wrong with the car.
There's
Am I
definitely
accurate?
something going on with the
Yeah,
shocks.
something's
Very
going on.
quick rebound.
Yeah, way too quick. All right. And Ryan apparently wanting to go the long way to finish. Hey, she can do as she pleases. She is on the top of the box.
She did. Definitely would have been awesome to see her and Ryder battle it out because that was a race to watch.
It really was. Ryder wasn't giving up, and very unfortunate break. Hopefully, I'll see the Van Beekems here at the podium. We'll be able to talk to them. So, all right, we're going to talk with the riders right after this. Stick around. Well, some interesting take two. Some interesting things shaped up here at the end of this race. We were listening here over my shoulder. Ryder Van Beekem had a break. We'll talk with Ryder because apparently they're going to summon him over here to talk with me on the podium. And as I'm hearing that Ryder Van Beekem gets third place still because finished half the race, that was a question for you. That's all right. That's all right. He gets half the race now, so he's going to be on the podium.
Yes, they told me he's going to be coming in third.
All right, so we'll talk with Ryder and we'll see what happened with that car. And then AJ Burke, we got to see what was happening with that car because it was having some rebound problems. I wondered if the shocks faded or if they're set up wrong or is there problems with that car? We'll find out. Stick around. We'll get him on the podium. That may be the fact. But Ryan Denny's going to get up here. I know that. So we'll wait for AJ Burke, and we'll talk with these two. Let's get on over there. Good racing going on today. Dan, you're awesome. Well, what a fabulous day of racing this has become. Core racing, the sun's in our eyes. And we were talking about that, playing with it. Ryan will come up here and tell me. And AJ Burke, we'll get AJ up here. And what's going on here? Okay, number 2, you're AJ? All right, come on up. Yes, that's why I was. Okay, there we go. And I didn't know if a daughter was. So, and we were going to try to hear from Ryder and see what happened to him because he officially got third place there, even though with 3 in track. You know, we're going to talk right on over here with the AJ Burke. We're going to talk with the daughter first. That was pretty fun out there. The car, then the car was bucking. So what was the story? Rebound or the shocks? Did they fade?
Yeah, our shocks are fake.
Faded. Our shocks are absolutely not real. They just look there. Let's hold on. Let's try it again.
It's more set up for desert.
Yeah, definitely too quick on the rebound. I don't.
We're gonna fix that before next race.
Yeah, it's the clicker. You just tighten it up pretty.
Live tune. Mine's all live tuning.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that because some of the jumps there looked like a handful. They were jouncing pretty hard. You had to feel it in your seat.
Oh, yeah.
Well, second place, though, still, no matter the clickers or not, Ryder Van Bakem had to check out, broke there. You guys were able to pick it up in second place. Finish, and that can happen.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Well, first and foremost, my wife Mary. And
thank you, honey.
The kids following me. We've got American Dream Landscape, Landshark Gates, Raceline Wheels. We got Tom Bach Racing. We got CNS Racing. I can't remember anymore.
That's very good. How about you? You want to say thank you to anybody?
I was just glad to finally have this experience, so it feels good.
First time out at a race?
First time ever, yeah.
Oh, that's got to be amazing.
Yeah.
Did you get to see the battle there going on with Ryder and Ryan?
Out of the corner of my eye, I did.
When they come around on the other side, all right.
Yeah.
Are you hooked to racing now?
Oh yeah, I'm ready for one.
You better tell Dad that you're going to race tomorrow.
I am gonna race. He's gonna let me drive.
AJ Burke and daughter out there, second place. Ryan Denny. What a great race that was. You were right there. You and Ryder were picking it up. You actually got out front on this one, unlike the qualifier, and if I think things would have stayed the same, you probably would have finished the same way.
Yeah, it was such a good race. At first, I was super scared of this track, just how big the jumps were, but this is the most fun I've ever had on a track.
Whoa, you really liked it. And that's a big car. You look out there on that track, you and Ryder take up the most real estate of any car out here.
Oh, yeah, it was so much fun.
Definitely looked great. You were holding it down, and we were hoping when you got out front and when Ryder went down, we were hoping you'd just kind of pump it down a little bit, and you did, thank gosh, because you're like, save the car for tomorrow.
My dad was just telling me, take it easy, we need the car for tomorrow, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, you were taking off. Ryder's out. I don't care. I'm gone. You had half a track. You could have stopped, got a sandwich, and then still went out there. But, man, good job. Great race. Let's talk about the people that make the race program happen over here.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Papa, Burrow Enterprises, 518 Designs, and Torco Fuels.
Hey, man, I said she's getting it done. They out of nowhere became an off-road racer. Ryan Denny, everybody. And I'm going to get out the way. And Ryder Van Beekem, congratulations on third. We got a trophy waiting for Ryder. But I was hoping we could have talked with Ryder and see what happened there. But there you go. First and second place, AJ Burke and Ryan Denny.
Have our youth NA limited class on track right now, and we are green.
Well, Mia Chapman, things are definitely shaping up out here. The sun right in their eyes. Coming into the corner here, going over the ski jump. A lot of the drivers are saying they can't see a thing.
Yeah, the sun's definitely at that awkward part of the day that makes the driver's job even harder to, try to see through that sun and not make any mistakes. But it's definitely going to make it difficult for them out here today.
Well, no stranger to the lead of this pack right here, the 1680 car. And let's see if I got it right. Well, I said 1680, but it's not. It's the 1610 of Mason Cotter. And we got a car over here. And in a very precarious position right there. Now the other cars are going to have to take the much slower line there to go around that car. You see Mason Cotter coming up into that. So the Cotter family and the Leeming family, no strangers to be first and second right here. And Mason Cotter having it. What do we got? We got some confusion here. All right, I don't know what's going to happen over this one. All right, this is going to be a timing nightmare here. Yeah, we're going to have to re-rack them. All right, so we're re-racking them. I just heard Casey Kane talk about it. If we don't re-rack them and get them back to their position, there's going to be a lot of upset parents and a lot of upset racers here. They just chose to take that corner. And again, I'm not the official. I'm just the announcer. So I got to go by what I just saw. I just heard that we were going to go full course yellow. But not my call. The bottom line is, coming into that turn, Mason Cotter had no idea where he was supposed to go, and Jackson Leeming went around, but in doing so, it also let the cars behind them, they let him go before the corner, so.
Yeah.
We'll see how it shapes up. But
Definitely.
to my knowledge, Mason Cotter out front.
Yeah, definitely a hard spot to get stuck in. For really everybody, the leaders, the cars involved, trying to get that car off the track is definitely tough.
Well, we'll just have to let the officials decide on what they're going to do. They're looking at it right now. And yeah. Well, at this point, too, it's very hard for us to announce it because we can only announce the way we viewed it or what we saw. And again, with us not being the official outcome of it, what we could be reporting to the crowd or the lookers or to the audience is it could be false. So what I'm going to say at this point is there's definitely going to be some lead changes here, and we're going to have to see how that shapes up because that's not our thing. Yeah, it's just not accurate. So we'll see how it shapes up. Okay, but back to racing. I thought we were going to go full course yellow and restack them, but not my call.
Looks like they are just getting diverted to take that little shorter loop before that turn where that car's parked. So.
Well, now that would have been the fine thing to do on the immediate, an immediate advent of it happening. Because as we had it pretty much just like it was. Mason Carter, Jackson Leeming. And you see now Jackson's got his hands full with a rider that wouldn't have been up there. We had the 808 in there, and as we know, an extremely fast 951 car of Brian Willett. We saw him earlier, and you see Brian, these cars right here, but look at this. Mason Cotter is starting to make up some ground, so could possibly get the lead back. And Mason Cotter now coming into the picture right behind Brian Willett. So,
yeah, I definitely wouldn't count him out. He is on a mission today, especially after the little incident earlier. So, some good racing.
And Leeming with a huge mistake here coming around this corner. Really letting the car that he had mounted up get away from him. But as I said, I have a feeling there's going to be some discussion about that one. Mia Chap and a hard bicycle there on 522. And I bet that sun had Jack Wilson. I bet the sun played a factor in that one right there. Any direction coming directly towards the sun, the drivers are having a remarkably hard time. Just insane what is going on out on the track right now. No better word other than pure carnage.
Yeah, absolutely. I called it before the race started. I was like, this is going to be one action-packed race, and it sure has been so far.
Well, you put 16 naturally aspirated limited cars out there. You're absolutely right. Tight racing and a spectacle for sure. So they've got the car cleared out of the turn, but they're going to keep the shorter turn in, and I think that's the correct answer there. Oh, no, they're not. Or yes, they are. I can't tell. But I think that's the correct answer. Shane out there with just zero fear. Out on a hot race course right in the middle in a red shirt. Here we go, stacking them up right here. Jackson Leeming having to be behind some of these slower cars now has got to be frustrating.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's where a lot of patience comes in, especially, after the incidents earlier in this race. I think being patient and waiting for your time to find that open window is key.
Indeed. And, like I said, at this point, all we can do as announcers is sit here and witness what we're seeing. By no means what we're saying now is going to be the official results of this race. So I want to stress that there is the officiators. We do not officially have the answers for this race, so we're going to see how it shapes up. But we can watch right now our early leader, Mason Cotter, showing what he's got what it takes. Jackson Leeming pulling off. Is that Jackson? No, that could be the Y2 of Cash Hart. That is the number 2 of Cash Hart. There's Leeming right there. All right. So I have a feeling I'm going to be able to stay put right here for a while they figure this one out. Again, I'm not trying to perpetuate what's going to or can happen, but yeah. White flag flying. Well, you can see right there, our early leader, Mason Cotter, now picked off a couple other, actually got around one of the other fast drivers, Brian Willett. Wow. Checkered flag flies! So how's it going to be? Listen, I'm just going to sit here and let this one work out for a second, and maybe pretty much if they call me up there, they'll be ready. But,
yeah, that race was really intense, a lot of confusion, but glad all the drivers are okay and made it out safe.
A lot of the drivers are okay. I have faith in our officiants that they will make it right. Casey Kane, a long-time racer. I know we'll be able to listen to anything that's going to be said here about this race, but and I'm not trying to perpetuate or put anything into motion, but I know if I was leading the race and I got tied up because of a lapped rider because I wasn't told where to go, I would have something to say. Now,
yeah, tough situation for sure.
Tough situation for sure. Mason Carter did a great job of getting it back, but that looks pretty tough. Oh, okay, very good. Well, one more race to go, and we're good to go. So one more race. And looks like I'm going to A round of applause for car 149 finishing in reverse. Did you guys ever see Larry Rosser drive a full-blown trophy truck in reverse in Baja? He climbed out the window and drove it in reverse to get it to the pit. It was pretty crazy. He drove it for like 60 miles backwards. All right. The sun's playing a factor, so we're going to try. We may end up getting, and listen, everybody, again, I am just the announcer. We may end up starting the next race just because we're running out of daylight, the Pro Turbo class, and we may revisit this. And I, again, just stating what may end up happening here. So everybody be patient, and we'll get through it. But coming up next, the Pro Turbo class. And did Jason, the hot thing here, did Jason Waller. So the more stuff I heard, Dan told me over at SimFab that the car that Jason is going to race is the KOH car.
Oh, okay.
So very interesting.
A little bit of a different setup for sure.
Yeah, a little different setup, probably bigger tires.
Unless they
swap tires.
Went back and swapped a few things after KOH to make it a short
What would you
course
swap?
car.
So a KOH car definitely has to have a lot of low gearing. You know what I mean?
It sits a lot taller than a short course car.
Yeah.
Has bigger tires, different tires, heavier parts overall. I mean, there's quite a big difference between them.
Do you leave the gear? Do you leave the tires? What do you do?
I mean, if you have time to change it, I think they definitely
Well,
will.
tires for sure. But then how does the car perform? You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting. And do you get the gearing in the transmission or do you get the gearing in the belt? What do you change?
I've never built a KOH car, to be honest.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, I would imagine a KOH car is going to be a little lower geared than a full-blown short course.
So.
Yeah. And then if you put smaller tires on a lower gear, you're even lower gearing. So you get higher gearing when you have bigger tires.
I think so. I would imagine they change some things. But
It'll be interesting.
We'll
no matter
find
what.
out here soon.
How about this? How about this scenario? How about what if Jason came out here in his reserve car, different setup, not even ready, because he's got to just, like we were talking about that baseline earlier. What if Jason made a few clicks, made the gearing changes, and then, just going to be interesting no matter what.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I had raced a KOH prepped car when I raced a Nitrocross race. And so I don't think it would be that bad of a car. Obviously not the ideal, but I think he could definitely make it work.
So here's where I was going with this. Reserve car, only one lap on the course, different car, and he wins it. What the heck then? What's going to happen then? This crowd's going to erupt. That's going to be amazing if Jason Weller pulls this off.
Yeah, I think so.
Up against Bobby Van Beekum. second, luckily, but he had to really work for it. He had to go through about 5-lap cars. Because that's another thing. Once you guys open up the corner, that let like 3 cars. That let like 3 cars in front of the leaders.
Right.
So he went down. So
He had to stomp on his brakes to avoid that.
7th position.
Nobody's mad yet, but they want to know what the decision is.
So he lost 4.
Yeah.
So he lost 4 in that mess.
No, he went down to
All right, guys, sit tight. I'm gonna announce who I got to see on the podium, and we're gonna get the final race started. We're gonna do this as quickly as we can. All right, here we go. Top 3, I need to see Brian Willett, Mason Cotter, and Chase Crawford. And if we can have those trophies, we'll do this pretty good. Okay, Brian Willett third, Mason Cotter second, and Chase Crawford in first. All right, let me interview. We got one more race to do, guys. We can work this out at the end. All right, well, Brian, no matter what happened here in the end result, whether I agree or disagree, what a great race. You always are consistent. You are fast as heck in that car. Everybody had their hands full with you in one race or another today, so you've got to be very happy with your race performance today.
Yeah, first race went good. Second race went better. I felt a little faster. Had some confusion though. Race was a little bit of a mess, but
I agree.
But it all went well.
It all went well. Good day of racing. The sun's going down, so we're going to try to make it fast. Let's hear from the field and make your race day happen.
I'd like to thank Willett Motorsports, my parents, my family, and my girlfriend.
All right, very good, Brian. He's been strong all day. Brian Willett doing a great job. In second place, Mason Cotter. You know, we were talking about Brian and how fast he was. After all that confusion, you came out like you were shot out of a cannon, and you still got it on the podium.
Yeah, I think I went from when I got stuck, I got like sixth maybe, and I made my way all the way up to second. So I'm happy with a second. We're going to have to come back tomorrow and try to put myself on a top box, but overall I'm happy with a second.
All right, very good. That's a very professional way to handle this situation, and we'll work it out. But, man, you did a fabulous job, and I'm very proud of your weekend of racing so far. No matter what, you can hear by that applause that is definitely the right way to be. You are quite the sportsman, and my hat's off to you. Let's hear the people that make your race program happen. Very proud of you today.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Polaris, Hoosier, Method, Sneaky, Rugged Radios, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Brad, James, my dad, and everybody else that helps me.
A true champion spoke just like you. You guys make some noise. Mason Cotter. And we know the drill, but man, Chase Crawford, racing incidents, everything's going to happen. You know, you were still there in the heat of things and the race incident as it happened. But, man, you're holding that number one. You got to feel pretty good with your performance today.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I saw the wreck, and I know there's a lot of jumble up, but I knew where I was going to pass, and I knew where I was going to have to go, and that's where it was.
I agree. Everything was great. Looked great to watch. The racing incident was unfortunate, but let's just move on from it. And, man, you got another day of racing tomorrow, so we'll see how it lines up.
Right. Hopefully it's a clean day, and we all get to stack up where we need to stack up.
All right. I like your style. Let's talk about the people that make your race happen.
Crawford Associates, Crawford Motorsports, and my family and friends.
All right, let's do this, everybody. Big round of applause for these three. Being great sportsmen about it. We'll work it out, but right now we got our next race to go. One more race. Jason Weller totaling his car. He's racing his King of Hammers car as a spare car. Can Jason Weller take his KOH car and put it on top of the box right now? Stick around. Congratulations, gentlemen. Brian, I want to shake your hand. You definitely make a great speed, so enjoy. It's been very nice watching you. All right, back to racing. Here we go. Mia Chapman and the Weller car starting well and back, and look at that. Big tires and everything. We got us our pro race on the Pro Turbo on the track right now. Well, Mia Chapman, what an incredible race that ended up being, the Youth Naturally Aspirated Limited, and what a great podium after a little bit of confusion during that race.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, let's get to it. The big race. We got limited sunlight. Can these pros get it done? Jason's car looking like a fish out of water out there compared to a short course car. Looks like he was racing a monster truck out there. But let's see where he's got it. And indeed, he's just sizing it up out there. He's just in the back there in a King of Hammers car. Didn't change the tires, didn't change nothing. So interesting to see how Jason Weller. But out front, it looking like we're keeping that turn out of the track for today, for the rest of this day. And one car took it. All right, I don't even know what's going on. Well, now, all right, Bobby Van Beekem out front. And the 93 car of Kyle Arcanu. And if I'm not mistaken, Kyle Arcanu has to make quite the trek to get out here.
He does, yeah. He's from, gosh, why am I spacing? I believe Arkansas, if I have that correct.
Well, indeed. And there's Jason in the 48 car. I will say this, though. King of Hammers. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a jumping car.
Hey, at least he made it out there, and he made the decision to race. That is still very awesome.
It is pretty awesome. We got to give Jason his props. Starting a race now. What's going to be really interesting, since that is the King of Hammers car, how much of his other car can be transferred to that car tonight? Like, in other words, the A-arms and things are going to be the same. Can he transfer shocks and tires and engine?
I don't know if they are the same, to be honest, because King of the Hammers cars are really beefy, really tough, and you can change all that stuff out to make it more durable, so I don't know.
No matter what, it's going to be interesting. So right now, though, Bobby Van Beekem getting a big pressure from car number 93, Kyle Arcanu. And the number 1 car of Cody Winicky out there, they are not letting Bobby have this race.
No, you definitely have a really good battle up front.
Yeah, somebody tell the red car out there. But look at this, Kyle Arcanu just hounding Bobby Van Beekem. The number 1 car of Cody Winicky. We got a race on our hands. Top 3 not giving each other an inch. You can definitely tell it's a KOH car. It's got a spare tire.
Everything about that car is very, very big, very heavy, a lot different than a short course car.
And, I was thinking the bigger tires, I thought they were 35s, but they're not. They're 32s, is what he said. Still much, the brake's still squeaking.
I would be out there getting those points too, though. Definitely got to give props to him.
Jason Weller, you are my hero. But Jason Weller, no stranger to the podium either. Hopefully he'll pull in and let me interview him. But the top 3 riders, and looks like Cody Winicky got around Kyle Arcanu. Now, wait a second. So Kyle Arcanu either off the pace. So something must have transpired here too, because all right, well, something happened back there that I didn't see. So now Cody Winicky having to challenge Bobby Van Beekem. Can he get around? Because he is right there. He's not just putting pressure. He's probably nerfed him 3 or 4 times already. Oh, there you go. Wow. Mia Chapman. Cody Winicky is my new hero. What the heck?
We have an awesome race on our hands.
Well, that car definitely wrapping out like it does have a turbo. But now look at this. It bridged the gap now with the 14 car of Steve Hoffman. He's going to be able to enjoy the 3rd place unofficially on the podium. I got to say that again. But wow. And then Jason Weller, King of Hammers car. You know, one way or the other, at the conclusion when I shut this microphone off for today's event, I am running over to Jason Weller's pit to see what the story is, man. I mean, the suspense is just like, first of all, I want to look at the car because I absolutely fell in love with the car during tech this morning, or was it last night rather? I think it was last night. But now I got to go look at that car destroyed because you saw it. I didn't get to see it. And I want to see why they didn't change as much as they could over. And not that it's any of my business. You know, Jason has a method to his madness, no matter what. In other words, he made the decision to run that car as is.
Yeah, I think time might have been a big issue here too. From the time they got the car off the track to looking at it, seeing what's broken. I'd be interested to know for sure too.
I mean, I guess that's what it is as an announcer and a racer. You're a racer. I want to, and again, not that it even matters. I just want to hear what he says.
Right, yeah.
You know, because to me, there's a lesson learned there. Now, another car has got around Bobby Van Beekem, the number 14 car. I'm wondering if Bobby has another problem with a car. And that just begs the questions now. But Steve Hoffman got around. So now I really got to wonder who is in first in this race right now.
Right. Yeah, it does appear he might be having some problems with his car.
Well, yeah, did Kyle Arcanu find the magic turn and pull out this distance? Or did Kyle Arcanu fall back behind? Jason's starting to find his legs now, getting used to the car. Taking it easy the first few laps. Yeah, Bobby Van Beekem all over the place. I will not be surprised if Bobby doesn't have a problem. So that's going to put our leader out here, Cody Winicki, for sure. All right, now we got it right. As he roosts us coming by. Whoa, Hoffman! Wow! Folks, I don't know if you just saw Steve Hoffman. He just roosted us. Hey, what'd you guys do today? I announced an off-road race and got roosted all day. And I loved it. As long as it doesn't take my eye out.
Yeah, definitely.
So unofficially, here's our firing order: Cody Winicki, Steve Hoffman, and Bobby Van Beekem. And I that's unofficial because Kyle Arcanu's car still seems fast, but I just don't know which place he is. I don't know which way he went. Did he go forward or did he go backwards? With the speed that I see coming out of that number 1 car, I'm going to suggest, and now Jason in the way. And he just, like you said, out here collecting points. Not out here to blister a pace. So unofficially, our top 3, Cody Winicki, Steve Hoffman in the 14 car, and Robert Van Beekem, your top 3 unofficial. You know, me and Chapman, we've been talking about all the drama that's unfolded, but we haven't been talking about, we've only watered the track twice today, and look at how incredibly moist the line is staying. I mean, this dirt is literally, for lack of a better word, it is perfect. Like, absolutely perfect.
You know, it does look like Bobby is struggling with some four-wheel drive issues. It seems like they've been battling that all day, and I could be wrong, but that's what it appears to be right now in this race.
I think that's a very educated guess right there. Your experience and your wisdom, yeah, indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if one axle's down in that car, whether it's a front axle or it appears to be a rear axle, because he doesn't throw a car like that. He's blown 3 or 4 corners that I've seen so far, so something's different. And you're correct. He's definitely struggling, but. Just like Jason Weller, a true champion if that car still runs out there. Stick it out there.
Absolutely.
Don't play the victim. Own up to it. White flag flies. Now, see, there's where I'm saying. Did Winicky come by and get the white flag? So see.
Oh, okay.
That, see.
It does appear to be Kyle Arknew is our leader.
Marnie, I'm going to need the printout. Marnie, I'm definitely going to need the printout for this one. The sun no longer a factor here on the infield. The sun just behind. The rest of the field will take the white flag. So that's why I said unofficially, Jason Weller wrapping up this one will take the white flag. And that's probably gonna be Hoffman in third place. So if what I just saw is correct, we have Kyle Arknew in the first place, Cody Winicky in second, and then the 14 of Steve Hoffman in third. So I don't think I'll be able to talk with Bobby Van Beekem here. But I've said it again, unofficial. So in order for Kyle Arknew to be in first, that would mean that Robert Van Beekem and Steve Hoffman got caught up on each other.
Yeah, you know, it's very well possible.
Because Kyle Arknew got out in the front. Steve Hoffman was in fourth because Cody just got around. Wow. My brain is not computing. Checkered flag flies. But the number 93 says he's got one more lap. And checkered flag, and then pulling off is Winicky. So.
Wow, what
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So if that's not the case, and Kyle Arknew was behind, then your first place is Cody Winicky, second is Steve Hoffman, and that indeed puts Bobby Van Beekem in third. So I don't know what's going on. If I was Arknew, I would do one more lap because it ain't going to hurt anything.
Well, I believe he took the checkered flag before Winicky.
I understand that, but I think he understands he has one more lap.
Does he?
I mean, it's not going to hurt him to take another lap. He ain't gonna catch Bobby. So finish the lap. I would. Last race of the day, last people on the track. I would do another lap just as woohoo. Well, the last two classes, drama filled, but we got it. And Bobby Van Beekem will take the checker flag in that beautifully patriotic car. The LED lights, that is just a beautiful looking race car. And I know Bobby, he won't play victim, but he'll tell you what the heck was going on out there. And he'll drive it. So I believe that's who it is. Cody Winicky, Steve Hoffman, and Bobby Van Beekem. Again, unofficial. Marnie, I need you for this one. All right, so remember I told you I didn't know if Kyle went forward or backwards, and he went forward. And so that's why I said unofficial. I kept announcing it. But that's going to do Cody Winicky driving his butt off, though, in second place. And, indeed, that beautiful red car of Steve Hoffman in first. And we don't get to talk to Bobby Van Beeken, but hopefully I get to talk to him off the mic. Come on up here. Kyle Arcanu first place. Cody Winicky in second. And Steve Hoffman in that beautiful red car. Is that you, Steve, limping up here? Are you Steve? You're Cody? All right, get on up there. What? He's like, gosh, dang it. But Cody, man, it looked like his car was on fire. He was doing amazing. So good job, Cody. And Steve Hoffman, on his ways. I can see Steve now. Now I see who Steve is. Steve gets a podium. He's happy. He's like, third place, I'll take it. Man, what a way to end the day. What a great day of racing. We had a great time announcing it. You guys just blistered a race. You ran steady, you ran a great pace, and you made it to third.
Yeah, dude, it was rough. I think it was more just hanging back and seeing who'd take themselves out more than anything. That track was gnarly, and I'm sure these guys can attest to it. I don't know how we made it around some of them turns. The ruts are so deep.
Well, that was definitely a good strategy, man. It looked good from our vantage point. There was a lot of lead changes, a lot of things going kind of, like you said, taking each other out.
Yeah. The start was a little hairy at first. I was like, man, please don't just screw up the four-wheel drive. Just let me finish this race with four-wheel drive and on all fours. I'm known for going upside down, so this is a big deal for me.
So you've turtled in the past. Is that what that is on the roof when you turtle?
They call me Sight Lap Steve because I rolled the car on the Sight Lap last year. So
how do you roll a car? Oh, yeah.
Leave it to me.
I'm trying to keep my composure, but that was pretty funny. All right. Well, great day of racing. You know, we're not in a hurry because there's no other race after this, but congratulations to you, and I'm glad you made it to third. Let's talk about the people that make your race day happen.
First of all, my wife, she's allowed me to spend some money. This is exciting for me to be up here, man.
Have you been up here before? Jeez, quit making me laugh.
I have, but it doesn't mean as much as right now. But then my buddy Tom, who spots for me, DPR Racing, Desert Pink Racing, HSD, Aftermarket Assassins, Sandcraft, Michael, my boy, who couldn't make it here this weekend. He's a big part of my deal. And that's about it.
Well, hopefully Michael's watching right here on the live track feed, so say thank you to Michael.
Thank you, sir. I love you.
Very emotional. Make some noise. Steve Huffman, make sure I got that right, because you guys called him three different things right there. You're going to catch. That's the one I'm going to catch. But, Cody, let's talk about your performance there, man. You were a man possessed there. Some things going on. Bobby out there. Kyle Arcanu checking out. But, man, once you got into that groove, you were just on fire.
Yeah, that car with the kit it has on it, it loves rough track. So the moment it got rougher, the moment the car was going faster. So it was a lot of chaos, but with the sun and the track change, I didn't know anything. So we did what we could, and we're still on the box.
It sounds like you just kept a pace. You never got off your pace. You stayed in it. Your foot stayed in it. Your focus stayed in it, and here it is, second place.
Yeah, mostly the skinny pedal and this. So.
What the heck? Happy birthday. It's your birthday?
Yeah, I usually win on my birthday, but second's good enough.
Dude, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cody. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Let's talk about the people that make this race happen for you.
I like to thank my mom and dad. My dad's the one who preps the car for me, and it feels like I'm going to arrive and drive, which is awesome, but I still do work here and there. Yeah. Polaris Razor, MRT tires, Moto race wheels, MRT Teamsters, Flow Vision, Red Dog suspension, Winicky Motorsports, Top Box Racing, the DSD family, and everybody else that gets me here. Thank you all.
Cody Winnicky on his birthday, second place. He can't complain about that. But Kyle Arcanu, I didn't know if you went forward. I didn't know if you went backwards. It was a little crazy to announce. You'll even hear me on the live track feed. I say, man, I don't know if he went forward there. I don't know if he got caught up and he's the one behind it. So we called it unofficially. You were in first or you were in first. We just kind of had to call it like that because we didn't have the live track feed right in front of us. But congratulations, man. You drove like a man possessed. You look like you had something to prove out here to the people out here in California and Arizona.
Yeah, it was a really fun track out there. It was a little bit rough with the ruts and everything, but nothing that I'm not used to from the Midwest. I mean, there's ruts everywhere. And yeah, and the key is really just follow the ruts. They'll take you right through the corner.
It is. It's like a train track. You just get the tires on the track and just let it turn.
Yes, sir. It's almost like a roller coaster, with the tracks. There you go.
I like that better. Well, man, great job. You come out here. You're holding that #1 trophy. You earned it on this race. Definitely beat some good names in this class. But let's talk about the people that make your race day happen.
I'd like to thank God, the Van Beacom family with R&R Steel Racing. I mean, between them and their race team, they've really helped me out a bunch this year and the past year and ever since I started racing. Them, God, Danger Zone Off-Road, Arkansas Landscaping, Tronatech, G-Force Racing and Suspension, PPI Tuning, Maru Safety Gear, and all my friends and family that support me.
All right, make some noise. Kyle Arcanu making it all the way to the track. I'm going to get my co-host up here. Where is she at? Mia Chapman. We're going to wrap this up here tonight. And what a great day of racing. If Mia Chapman will come on out here. We'll come out here in this side, and we're going to wrap it up. You guys can stay here or get down or do whatever you want. And we're going to get in front of this camera. And you guys can stay here. You can have it or not. Mia Chapman, a great day of racing today on round number 2, the day 1. This is Saturday racing. Great racing, great competition. Little bit of drama out there, but, man, we got to it and still produced a great day of racing here at CORE.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree. There was some awesome racing today. It started out relatively smooth, and I know the drivers had a lot of fun out there. Always have race incidents. That's going to happen with any race series and races. But I think overall the racing was good. Everybody had fun. I had fun announcing it, so I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings.
Well, tomorrow is going to bring the same day. We're not going to qualify tomorrow. Your finishing run today will depend where you start, define where you start tomorrow. So we're just going to go right into racing. We're going to start a little later, and it's going to be exciting. So if you're out there and you want to watch tomorrow's racing just before the football antiques kick off, we're going to promise a great day of racing. And the big drama of the day, though, that I got to talk about is, can Jason Weller get a car together for short course tomorrow? Because as we saw him there in that last race, he was just kind of putting around for points.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely seemed like he was out there to get some points. It's better to take a car out there, get some points, even if you know you're not competitive in it. That's a heavy King of the Hammers car, so definitely can't blame him there. And huge props to him for taking that out there and wheeling that the whole time. So, yeah, we'll see what he does tomorrow, too.
Indeed, and one more story we got to talk about, our series sponsor, R&R Steel, the Van Beecoms. Man, it seems like there were a ton of gremlins out there today. We didn't get to talk to Bobby here on this race because he had to pull off early, but, man, hopefully the Van Beecoms here can get it all put back together and just come out killing it tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely heartbreaking. I know they have a great program with great guys over there that are constantly working on their cars, constantly wanting to get better in all aspects, but I know they'll get it fixed back up and hopefully figure it out. They're competitive, Robert and Ryder.
Yeah, and Ryder.
So, yeah, awesome to see them out here. Hopefully they can get that all fixed up for tomorrow.
All right, well, no matter what happens, tomorrow is going to be a great day of racing. Well, that's going to do it. We're going to wrap it up here. The first day of round number 2 out here at Shorty's Sports Park. Great day of racing, very technical track. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Mia Chapman, let's say goodnight.